Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another exciting week of NACE Collegiate Starleague Rocket League action. I am Danger Talk. Joined with me, as always, is Squid, my partner in crime, in the booth, and we are done with the regular season. We are now officially into bracket playoffs. An exciting time of year.
Yeah, it always is. That's the beauty that we get here at the beginning of fall. But we are actually in round two, so things have already kind of ticked up just a little bit. But nothing terribly exciting has really happened in the playoff bracket from what I can recall up until now. We've got some high quality matches ready for the stream here.
Yeah, certainly so. And we have a lot of exciting matchups in store. Just looking through the bracket, there's so many crazy teams going on, but at least for right now, what we're focused on is just the match that we have ahead of us. We have University of Texas at Dallas and also Indiana University. It's going to be followed up immediately afterwards by Stockton University against North Texas. One of the beautiful things of NACE Starleague is being able to see those cross-region matchups, the East versus the West, and these are a great way to start off the bracket. Even if we're in round two, that's basically just the beginning. We're getting away from some of the bye rounds and getting into the real thick, meaty, juicy parts of this bracket.
Yeah, Stockton versus North Texas, surely going to be one to watch. But we have talked a lot about Tritone coming on to the team in place of Corrosive, who is out with an injury. It's an unfortunate development. Hopefully they can hold their own, but we'll have to just wait and see on that one. UT Dallas and IU, though, Taco, this is one that you and I could probably talk about for at least a little bit here, because IU is not a team that we see competing near the top of the CRL bubble. UT Dallas actually is one of the better teams, I would argue, in the West, but Indiana have yet to prove themselves on the big stage.
Yeah, and when we do have some of those stages open up, for example, the Collegiate Carball Association is hosting Opens, $20,000 collective prize pool between the East and West, and Indiana got all the way to the grand final before losing to Eastern Conference mainstays Akron in not only a bracket reset, but getting swept in that and then losing 1-3 in the final game. So close to taking that first place, but it shows they can compete at the top. They ran through that bracket. They're playing well. It's just about that consistency. Are we going to be able to see it here? We have 7 games ahead of us here between UT Dallas and Indiana University, and to be honest, we've seen a lot from Dallas as well in these longer series. They tend to start off a little bit slow, so I do wonder if Indiana University can take advantage of that, maybe get a hefty lead to start off the series.
Now that is the question. The Hoosiers have a long road ahead of them, not just in this series, but in this bracket. You mentioned 7 games. I think that might be a bit of a hopeful outlook for many of the viewers, myself included, but we shall see how that one goes. It looks like we have the players just about ready here, and Taco, I want to get your opinion on who you think is going to take this one. I obviously have to vote for UT Dallas in good faith. I would love to see the Hoosiers deal some major damage right now, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to be very likely.
Yeah, and I'm right there with you. It's so hard to root against UT Dallas, especially because way earlier in the season, when we were talking about CRL performances, they were fine. They were getting some wins, but a couple uncharacteristic losses, and then they just popped off near the end of the season. They are going so incredibly hard in the paint, getting all these nice wins, beating down a lot of mainstay teams in surprisingly dominant fashion. So if they can bring that same attitude, it's going to be very hard for Indiana. But like all good programs that are on the come up, they're having some good results now. They really have to start proving it. This is where all these players are really going to have to put their everything onto the field, and specifically their tires. Touching the turf. The game's about to get started. We have game number 1 almost underway here between Indiana and UT Dallas. And honestly, I think this could be a very interesting way to introduce kind of this new era of Collegiate Rocket League.
Very easily could be. We've got some of the best in the Midwest facing off against the best in Texas now, or at least one of the best in Texas. Of course, UNC's still waiting down there on the other side of the broadcast, but we'll save that for later. The players are now getting onto the field here, Taco, and again, we put our vote in favor of UT Dallas, but we want to hear your guys' voice in the chat as well. Make sure you're out there giving your team some support and some love, as they're probably going to need it no matter which side they're on. We got Dalton Ghost and Luby representing UTD as is usual. Biggie, Morph, and Tide on the Hoosiers side over in the blue. I can't wait to see how things turn out here, Taco.
Yeah, and right now I want to see Indiana bring the pace. I don't want them to sit back and try to play passive and try to play predictively by just trying to constantly kind of lock down the goal and then try to look for a counter. I want them to really shock the team. I think that's what really the best teams in CRL do very well, and I think UTD is a team that has shown that, but they also have the combined chemistry after season of play, and it's like they're trying to implement that, but their first initial foray forward will not end up in a goal. How about morphs to Big E? That's also cut out. So we actually are seeing fairly deep rotations from both sides in the first 30 seconds.
That's respectable, though. We all know that you need to give quite a bit of respect to your opponents, and Tide almost actually finds an angle there. There was no touch off the backboard there for UT Dallas. It was almost a drive directly down the field, resulting in goal number 1. That will not go through. Neither will that. It's a flip reset chance there for Luby. As you mentioned, IU really need to start up with the heat here, and Big E did not read that miss by Ghost. There's no boost here for Dalton, so no counter potential there. Luby now out of the corner, but Morph is there to get that stop as well. Again, it's all about the respect for these players, and it seems like they've got that in spades.
And they really need to make sure Hoosiers, they lock down everything on their half, and right now they're doing a good job. However, UTD keep trying to find the cracks in these clears, and more than willing to slow the play down. Luby past 2 now with a flick, but not past Big E. It's going to be a high lob. Dalton will just be able to get enough on it. Morph with the chase. It's a tempting ball in the midfield. Tide will take a dribble, but it gets away from them. Dalton was left alone, but did not have to worry too much. Back out into midfield it goes in the first 2 minutes, and to be honest, I'm waiting for that first real chance from either side. That was a deflection, could have been another one off the backboard, but Big E clears up to Tide.
Oh, double tap chance as well for Tide. Will make contact, but Luby has the read. But I'm on the same boat here, Taco. I'm honestly a little bit surprised. I think that UT Dallas are not playing the game up to their own personal standard. They will get a redirect here. Nicely played by Ghost. Luby faking out the defense by throwing that one wide.
I like this hit. Tide gets across to it, but it's just too high into the ceiling. They throw it back into a dangerous play. And to be honest, harder read, I think, that it might have first appeared. If you just backflip that, it's so hard to be actually to flick that on target instead of just flick it up or wide or be able to just kill it in place. So very good job. UT Dallas taking advantage of their first real opportunity. Now they're going to be probably looking for at least one more with Luby sending it in middle, but Dalton decides against it. And now it's UTD deciding to send 2 people back and kind of wait for that next attack. And it seems like it's working out as they'll regain possession.
Feels like there was a tangible warm-up phase here for UT Dallas, something that I wouldn't necessarily classify as characteristic, but in the same vein, uncharacteristic would be an inaccurate descriptor. They're just playing the safe game, and as I mentioned before, you have to give respect to all the players on the field. So I cannot say it's a bad play style. Certainly not goal number 1. They are playing that deep rotation now with 2 players, as you mentioned. Certainly wouldn't be my first choice of game style, but they're going to find themselves at risk here. It'll be Dalton tossing it way up high. Big E should be first with this ball. It's on target, but not much more than that. Simply wasn't enough power, and IU are scrambling to keep this one under control.
Yeah, and right now they're able to get these touches, but all these in-between plays by UTD, they're so smart. Look at these patient build-ups almost resulting in another goal. It will not find its way through, so Indiana's still looking down at a 1-goal deficit, but of course the UTD stranglehold trying to tighten on this rotation, but Tide will find a gap, now finding Big E in the corner. Morph decides against going forward, but the back pass will find him. To the back post it goes. Now Tide, another movement in, but Dalton deals with it well. Back into the corner we go with a dunk now off of the post, nearly number 2 for UTD, getting a really good job of keeping that aggression on those challenges when it does kind of lob up in the Indiana half.
Yeah, that would look very dangerous there, but now Tide, speaking of danger, almost the bump there on Dalton, couldn't quite put it together, out of the corner, and they're going to lose control. Big E does try to play it back onto their own side. It's looking like a decent possession chance here for IU, but there's no capitalization on that touch over off the corner. It's rather unfortunate to see it die out there. It seemed like there was plenty of opportunity for them to put that one on the cage at the very least, if not drive it across the goal line. With only 40 seconds left, they're going to have to put something together here. Might be a bit of a shoddy attack, although Dalton, not the greatest contact here. This could open the way.
And right now, the on-target percentage for UTD is doing so well. They have about 7 shots on target, and 5 of them are actually requiring saves out of Indiana. So it shows that they're doing a lot of venomous hits that are causing the defense to at least be anxious enough that they feel like they need to get something on it. And because of that, they really can't get forward, and they're running out of time. A lot of seconds have been ticked off, and now we're in the final 10. The third player gets demoed. The counterattack comes through. That's a security goal. What a turn of events. It looked like Indiana was right on the precipice, but instead, they're going to get put to bed here in game number 1.
Yeah, UT Dallas not missing a beat. Dalton gets the demo to break up the play and the goal as well. That's just rude at that point, but it was the most threatening chance that we've seen IU have in some time. here in game one, and it was immediately robbed from them with that demolition. It was pretty much the only physical play that we've seen all game, and it made worlds of difference there, Taco. So UT Dallas going to take game one here. I won't necessarily say handily, but it feels like it when you think about the raw value of all the plays that were left on the field.
Yeah, and I think this is UT Dallas, pretty classic play style. I feel like they're in control of this game. They know what they need to do. And Indiana, it felt somewhat straightforward. I felt like all these attacks are just moving forward. They're going for maybe a shot or a dribble, but you got to do something. Even if you don't even get it on target, just having a very powerful shot or a flick that goes high at least requires the defender to jump for it. Instead, it felt like they were kind of waiting it out, and it wasn't necessarily anything that was making them break a sweat. Indiana admirably keeping it close, though. The shot differential was something we had talked about earlier in this game, but ultimately, as long as you can keep within a goal or two, you're not getting blown out. You very much so a comeback potential. I think that's the focus for game number 2. Keeping that close score line together, but at least trying to make your offense a bit more lethal.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the reasonably strong defense that you and I both are probably looking at here that really kept things competitive, right? The neutral game didn't really shock me, nor did it, I guess, leave me unimpressed, but it was the back end that they were able to keep things under check for the most part. And I think that one of the big things I talk about, right, is keeping the back line secure while you try to move up on the offense. You know, that's a clearly kind of a rule that they're playing by. And I think that's definitely a good one, but when you're playing against UT Dallas, you need to have a high volume of offense. Otherwise, you're just going to get shut down every single time. We saw that here in game 1. Game 2 now underway. Will there be changes?
And I really think that's the main thing that if I'm on Indiana's side, you need to be able to get your first goal. Just know that there is some fallibility to this Dallas defense. So right now, playing top tier and on these counterattacks. Look at the coordination, the pass forward. Dalton, they're streaking upfield. It's off the bar. Luby not able to finish things off, but the attack is still underway. Ghost, one more high lob, but tied just quick enough into the ceiling yet again. And the infield pass going to get away from Dallas just a bit.
You can see the recursion rotation already coming in here for UTD. You mentioned the coordination earlier on. They're instantly shutting down any chance for the Hoosiers to break out of their half. Luby off the backboard here looks dangerous. And Dalton with the slow play here, even going for it himself a second time. There's just so much pressure being applied individually from each of these players on the UT Dallas side. It seems almost unreal at points if you're an IU defender, how in the world they're still making effective plays.
Yeah, and right now these clears are doing something, but I would like to see them maybe air dribble it out, take their time, because that's what UTD is doing, at least on offense. The slow play yet again with a lead blocker, not going to result in a goal. So now it's Indiana's chance to strike back. Big E, they're upfield, but that's a miss. It's just sitting there in the middle waiting for a challenge. Luby will oblige and be able to flick at least temporarily into the midfield. Still at 0-0, but Indiana finally able to move forward and get a shot on target. Big E just off. Still looking for that first goal here in series number 1 on the night.
I still like that aggression, though. I mean, finding that angle can be tough at times. I think they're going to want that one back in hindsight, but it's still 0-0, so no harm, no foul up until now, but they are letting UTD back onto the offensive side. It's somewhat we've seen them very commonly throughout this series so far. Luby even getting additional contact here. It's been the slow play from IU. We even saw them defer in the midfield earlier on when they had a shot, and now it might actually pay dividends, and it will. Big E over the top of the last defender to make it 1-0.
I was criticizing them for taking it too slow, but sometimes it is warranted. Ghost is in a terrible position to challenge just because they're going straight back. Inevitably, they're going to have to turn towards that challenge, but in doing so, they're completely giving up the goal. Great awareness coming in from Indiana, leading the way with Big E, and they are able to amend for that missed shot earlier. Now, it's all about defense. You're getting pummeled in game number 1, Indiana. Can you protect your goal?
That's the question, but they're starting to look onto the attack already, and correct me if I'm wrong, it looked like somebody went for a bump attempt. I didn't see the outcome, but clearly goal number 2 has already been scored.
You talk about 3-person passing plays. They don't often involve someone not touching it, but instead touching the defender out of the way. Really great rotation coming through from Tide on the exit, getting rid of the only player on UTD that had a chance. And I said they need to get at least 1 on the board. How about 2 right at the stroke of halftime? Got a nice lead here. It seems like the Indiana Hoosiers have finally found their footing.
Might be the case, but they're going to need to hold on to it as well. As you mentioned, we're just before halftime. That'll come and go right about now. Dallas are not ones to give up, especially not in game 2 of the series. They don't really have much to lose at this point in the context of this one. They're could even move on to that 2-0 lead, which seems like a tantalizing offer, but they're going to have to get this one under control. It's a bit awkward sitting here in the mid, pass over to Dalton. That one simply has no power on it, no chance for a bump either. We push all the way back downfield now. IU once again on the attack. It's Morph over to Tide. Top bar and away. You gotta be joking. No worse luck than that one right there with the fourth defender.
And it's a great showing out from them because of that situational awareness. Every single player on Dallas is pushed back, so Indiana knows that infield pass is there. You're starting to see them connect with each other. They're feeling more comfortable, and I think this is the situation that I do not want to be in if I'm UT Dallas. I want to be able to dictate the pace. I do not want them getting into a rhythm with these passes. Also on the pre-jump, Tide was able to connect with that on the back pass, but instead Luby finds a space through. That's going to be dunked through. The Ghost dunk, therefore, coming through on the back post. I didn't think that was going to get through, but he's just too strong.
Nor I, but you are right. With two players back, I'm looking at this play. It's like, oh, that's the end of the offense. Surely UT Dallas can't win this 50-50 and put it on target in the same fell swoop. Well, that's why that's why they always call me the most wrong person in the room, is because moments like that. This is why I also don't ever do predictions unless I'm very confident in them. It's Dalton, 1v1. Oh my goodness, Dalton. How does this go through? There's 3 defenders set for this taco.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where when you need to think of a flick, you're thinking of a 45-degree flick or maybe an air dribble bump or something complex. But Dalton, he's been around the block a couple of times. Maybe not in that specific car coming out with the new rocket pass, but he is getting a very clean, very well-placed flick in the only place where all 3 defenders cannot cover. And right just like that, Dallas is back in this game. Tied series with 70 seconds to go. Indiana, and you have one more inning to take back the lead. It seems like they have that aggression, but not those 50s. That's a long counter, and Ghost's gonna cap it off. There is the lead for UTD.
Recall what I said earlier about Indiana. I very much like the fact they're starting off of the defense earlier in the series. It didn't net them goals, but it was passable for the start of this game. No longer. you gotta have somebody back for that. You cannot be diving in as the third man on that situation. You're in a tie game. When the opponents have already run it back 2 goals, that is simply not a situation you can risk going in on. And now they find themselves trailing here in the final minute.
And like you said, this is not necessarily something that UTD is going to be nervous of. It's only game 2, but they also got to be careful about these giveaways. Morph is going to have a slower shot all night, but a fantastic challenge to beat out 2 defenders.
Yeah, well, I think that really goes into the double commit part for UTD. Perhaps they just wanted to give a little bit of compensation for their opponents. Don't worry, everybody does it, is what UT Dallas says. But one way or the other, ball crosses the goal line. It's 3-3. Still a chance here for the Hoosiers, and this is looking promising. Out of the corner, blocked away. Dalton, with the presence of mind, to stay down on the goal line, not trying to pre-jump that one. And now potential counterattack here for UTD. Goes trying to go high, unsuccessfully so. Final 30 seconds, though, they will have this control, at least to some degree, until Morph chases downfield. Again, the patient play from Dalton. Back into the zone, the flip reset, but Tide is having none of it.
Yeah, it's a good deflection away. Now, they just have to last a little bit longer, and they will be able to make it to overtime. Ghost coming through, but it's such a weak shot. Can they try to salvage things? One more high lob. Tide up for it. Morph beats him to it. Luby. Deflection clear. It's a sitter in front of net, and they were counting their lucky stars. There was no more time on the clock. We will make it to overtime here in game number 2.
We will. Will it be IU to stand tall here? Tie the series, or is it going to be UT Dallas? And Dalton getting a little bit antsy there, trying to go for a dunk. It's back onto the UTD side, though. No contact initially here, but the pass upfield, it's, I believe, goes to Dalton. Up to the corner. Under control again. Chance for a physical play, not good enough. Morph is there on the back line. IU are going back to their defensive ways here.
Look at the coordination there from UTD. Player misses it, and they immediately have someone on the recovery. Now Dalton trying to build an infield pass. Ghost, that's a miss hit. It's to the corner instead. Morph trying to get out, but will get dunked. Ghost, uncontested aerial. It's straight down. They have a demo leading the way, but Morph saves the day. 2 players were demoed out of the way, and the third had to recover all the way back to be the savior. We're still playing under a minute. UTD coming close, but no cigar.
All they had to do is put it under the crossbar, but the presence of mind, or perhaps the communication, was not there for the UTD players. And now they have to reset here back onto their own end. It's a little bit dicey on this one. With the flick up high, Luby has to make a bit of a soft save. And it's Dalton and Ghost. Going to be able to field this one all the way downfield. Great dunk, has the boost. Does not go for the quick shot, though. Would have liked to see some more aggression on that and fewer double commits, that's for dang sure. Miggy still can't break it through the last couple of players here. Solo antics trying to move upfield here for the Hoosiers. That is a formation that I actually enjoy seeing. Doesn't seem to be good enough to break the back line for UT Dallas, certainly.
No, and now with Dalton returning back, that's essentially the attack for UTD, and another open dribble for Big E, a deflection. Going well wide of the target for Dalton to try and gather down. Down the line will get dunked. Luby straight up into the ceiling. We'll get another tap. Dalton trying to pre-jump it, but in these creative passing plays not going to go through, and the question now is what it's going to take to be able to deliver this win for either team. How about something simple like that? What a save from Luby! I thought there was no chance, but that's why UTD is so consistently at the top of the West.
I was on a route down game 2 as an IU win, but no. And no, oh, the double here! But Dalton did not get behind the ball. That would have been a completely open net, but it was not meant to be. Although UT Dallas still getting out onto the attacking side here. This looks risky. Big E goes down low, off the backboard, lots of real estate. The player up, Luby to Dalton, back towards the nade, but they can't put anything together. There's plenty of opportunity there. The shores of plenty, but they certainly could not put it together. UT Dallas, I feel like, losing a little bit of their bite here as they try to counter downfield. Taco, we saw their counterattacks earlier on being one of the staple moments of their play here in the series.
Yeah, and right now you can see Indiana backing off just enough. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks, and they're doing a good job of having that risk management, clearly. Normally, overtimes, you have a little bit of back and forth, but then there's an inevitable breakthrough moment. We've been 3 minutes through, and it seems like we might be here for a while. Defense holding, but for how much longer? That's a dunk through. Ghost is going to the back post. Morph will learn their lesson. They're not getting dunked, and they'll get a nice counterattack clear, but it'll only settle into the waiting bumper of Luby.
That's a beautiful 50-50 with Big E, but Tide is there first, has the boost for the double. Tide on target! And there was never a doubt here. When Tide got this one off the backboard, it seemed all but done.
I said, what's it going to take to end this overtime? How about this? What an adjustment. Still so much to do. You have to beat a near post defender. You have to get it on target, and you're doing it from a tight angle. You got 20 degrees to work with of error variance. So good job by Indiana. They're right back in it. However, the tail of the tape, when you look back at that game number 2, is very much so a blown lead. Indiana can't lose sight of that.
That they cannot, but still, I mean, they did run it back to a reasonable degree, and they came from behind twice during that game. Of course, the first 0-2 deficit, and then when they let UT Dallas score that third time, they still brought it back, pushed to OT, and despite the odds, seemingly, were able to put it away, tie the series. So perhaps it's a little bit of a confidence booster now for IU, but we did talk to UT Dallas earlier on in the season, and they gave us a little bit of insight as to their mental process, and let's just say that they're not going away anytime soon just because they lost one OT.
No, it's certainly not, and they have quite a lot of that mental fortitude, which is why I think they're consistently a team that does show up in big situations and gets these results. They're going to hit some bumps in the road, but ultimately they know where their journey should culminate. We want to get deeper into this bracket, especially not down to the lowers so early, which is why this bracket is so interesting. You have so many top teams that are getting matched up essentially just in round number 1 or 2. So you're going to have a lot of disappointed teams going down to lowers. Both teams here very much still in contention here in game number 3. Tide and company starting to wake up. The mechanics almost shining through with that flip reset, but will get turned away.
Truly a beautiful read there by Dalton on that flip reset. Looked like Tide had enough of a difference on that one to put it on target, but nice demo here from Big E in response, breaking up the counter. This one off the backboard, wonderful touch there by Dalton again to the side. Really, it so far in this game 3 been the defensive bastion, but they're going to need a little bit more than what they have. IU are getting very aggressive on this ball. It doesn't seem like they're generating many shot chances. Getting close, that's for sure.
Yeah, certainly they are getting close, and right now Indiana needs to be very careful on these clears, double commit coming through, as they were just lobbing that very daintily out in front of their net. When you're trying to get these touches so quickly, you're trying to control the ball, you can't mix those two up, and I see a lot that sometimes with these struggling teams, they'll get these kind of weak clears out in the midfield because they're trying to do something fancy. Stick to the basics, and surely it won't let you down. But these teams are anything but basic as they try a nice little coordinated pinch. That one not going to go through. Luby, another clear out.
And no contact there from Biggie, and this could compromise IU on the back end. The bump, though, on Dalton. They are not very happy with how things have been going in the physical realm, it seems. The Hoosiers beginning to touch their opponent's cars. Well, a little bit more than a touch, I suppose, but they are starting to do that with more frequency here. An awkward player on the sideline. Morph does find Biggie with it. Off the ceiling now. Tide on the come up. Off the sidewall. Could be scoreable, but Biggie wants to lay off that one. And I will reiterate that good play starts from home, right? Make sure your defense is in line. It seems like they're doing exactly that. Just a war of attrition here against UT Dallas.
Yeah, and right now UT Dallas is forced to essentially just sit on the goal line and wait for the touch. They don't have a lot of boost. They do not have a clear. Morph does not have the finish. It's going to rattle off the post. Now on the counter, Dalton looking for Luby. He's quick up to it. Double tap rejected. Tide out into the corner. Morph tried to turn around and just get something out to midfield. Both teams getting really close looks at the goal, but we're still scoreless crossing halftime.
Nothing out of the ordinary here. Again, IU holding a strong defense. This is very reminiscent of Game 1. UT Dallas, on the other hand, this is nothing out of the ordinary for them as well in Game 1, I suppose. So this is a return to form, more or less. And IU have been having many, many more opportunities on the offensive side. They've been holding the midfield much more in the Game 3 here than they did prior. Well, that demo needs Morph a little bit out of rotation, and we'll be able to make the save away, but now Morph completely gone off the field. This could complicate things. Up towards the mid. Oh, but he's able to turn around on that one. You can see Luby has to defer and play the safe ball. Looking for the double tap here. It will be easily denied.
That's a good job, Indiana. They might not be getting the quickest takeoffs, but they're getting the saves when they're needed. There's another one from Morph. Biggie in the middle. Going to be a giveaway. Ghost over the bar. Luby on the follow. Two players committing. Only one with a save. It's Morph yet again, keeping their goal line clear, but for how much longer? That's a double commit. They're really in their own heads here now. Indiana Ghost, infield pass. Luby for the finish. It's off the ceiling. Tide. Another save over the goal. Admirable defense coming in from the Hoosiers, and well-deserved. They might just get a lead on the counterattack. No one home. 1-0 Indiana.
This one hurts just a little bit here. UT Dallas leaving themselves open on the back end. This was in no way an assured goal. I mean, that 50-50 from Luby certainly looked tempting, but you have to recognize that there's going to be somebody filling in that gap in the defense, and you cannot afford to move up on that one. But now, you have to score. Before, you had the option to pull off and just play for OT, possibly, but now you absolutely have to, and the 50 from Dalton will get it done out of the corner. The drop down, not nearly controlled enough.
How we talk about nobody home and how clean their defense has been. Morph has been the savior, but now they're the de facto villain. That ball just getting teed up. They're trying to get around it, but they know that mistake has already been made, and they really just have to try to clean it up, and that's all that Dalton's doing. Clean it up, tucking it into that top shelf. It's a good answer back. An immediate one, too, so things are returned to the status quo. It's an even series, but for how much longer? Luby, again, just not able to put it on target.
See a lot of panic on the IU backline. There were a couple of players pre-jumping that one. Now Biggie to take the lead. Will not be able to get that one past Ghost, though. I would say predictably, but at this point, I'm not really sure if I can predict anything that's going to happen in this game. Final 30 seconds especially. Might have golden goal territory. Tied way up high. Biggie for the follow. There's no contact on either side, and Dalton is just in time to touch that one away. But we still only fall back here to the corner.
That's a high lob for Big E. Gonna try the outlet pass to Tide. Going for it, Dalton, half rotation. That's a deflection, Luby. One more tap out, but they'll try to keep it close. With another pinch down, we might be looking at another overtime, and we will. Touching down yet again. That's the second straight game. We're gonna have to add some time to the clock to tear these two apart.
Doesn't seem like it's going to be terribly uncommon. Oh, that almost looks like it was top bins there for Luby. The defense certainly didn't seem like they had a response for it, but goaltender's sense will keep them in this one. He's stuck here by Big E. At least buying some time, but will be Dalton. Up to goes. Pass back towards the mid. Tide is there for it. I don't believe Luby even had an angle on that ball. UT Dallas, given that kind of time and space, they're going to make use of it one way or the other. Now they might even have another chance here. It's going to be Luby way up high after receiving from Dalton. Just cannot keep control of it. Physical attempts here, but Morph still makes that dodge and gets it away.
And Big E's going to try to force some 50s through, but Luby and Dalton able to control it enough out. Morph I think it attempted an infield pass, but it'll only result in a deflection. Another one from Luby out, but Big E is waiting. Another one high off the lob. There's no one there except for Morph Ghost. Great read on the deflection. It'll go right back out to mid. Indiana doing a good job of being able to recognize when that backboard is open. Ghost tried to see when the goal is open, but that deflection is a stretch too far. The ball will continue to rattle around this field 60 seconds into overtime.
Over UT Dallas, it looked like they might be starting to close the gap here a little bit. Clear from Tide will maybe eat those words, but they do get it immediately back down into the end goal with a demo, looking for 2, but he can't find Big E, and the play is not made for UT Dallas. That was a close call, though, for the IU defense. Game flash right before their very eyes here. Morph has to beat somebody on this one and will be successful. That was the last player. If UT Dallas had been faster to that ball, that could easily have been game over at that point. And speaking of Tide trying to do exactly that, but more demolitions. And again, it's the respect from these players for one another that is really keeping this game alive. There is almost always raw option coverage, and Dalton is there to back up his teammate, bail him out.
Tide's going to get quickly to that and beat out Luby handily, but no third player. Luby lurking upfield, but no momentum to be able to activate that counter attack. Big E on the dribble. They've been such a thorn in the side of UTD when he is given that space. Certainly something to look at as we see the pace of play really speed up. I think a well-timed slow play could be exactly what the doctor ordered, but I'm sure Indiana is well aware of the danger that Dalton has been posing all series long. He has looked for so many demos, and these backfield passes still not working out. I think right now we're settling into somewhat of a mid-game of the overtime where both teams really starting to get in those deep rotations. As every second ticks back, they know what's at stake, and they do not want to be the ones at fault for their squad. Ghost another tap forward, but it's only going to find the corner.
Seemed like a slight miscommunication there. You could see Dalton was trying to rotate in on it, but moved off very last second. That caused just a little bit of a suboptimal touch there for Ghost, but they will find some space here. Dalton actually on target. That's close, but Big E will be able to make the diving deflection there on the goal line. Make it 2, actually. Back to back. Luby does not have any reinforcement for that passing play, but this one gets away from the IU defense just a little bit. Tide is able to beat out Dalton somewhat miraculously there on the side. They absolutely could use a reset right about now. Double commit here. Not only further reinforces my sentiment there. Seems like the Hoosiers could use a little bit of time on their back end to recuperate the previous opportunity by UT Dallas, but all the way back downfield now. Seems like I may have misspoken. They seem perfectly ready, willing to go. Double tap here from Luby. Should be easy to save away, and is so.
Yeah, but it's UTD being given a lot of space, and although it does work out for Indiana, giving space and then closing down in time, I don't know how sustainable that strategy is. You do not want to give teams as good any opportunity. Tide showing them why. Air dribble rejected, a brilliant goal line save. Another one coming through from Luby, but for how much longer can they keep the goal line clear? Tide streaking up, but Dalton also quick to it. Now on the far side, Big E an air dribble over their own goal. Talk about risky. Both these teams, I said we settled into a mid game. Now we're right back into the thick of it.
Yeah, solo plays galore here for IU. Nothing out. I mean, this is just to be expected at this point. When you give Tide or Big E time, as you mentioned earlier, it seems like either of them can really do some major damage. But now is UT Dallas again on the attacking side. It honestly feels like a prolonged game of ping pong. We're getting ourselves into the demo attempt on the back end is unsuccessful. Big E still alive and ready to make that save. They're going to need a little bit more. Dropping out into the corner here. Morph can only go up high, but Dalton right on top of Ghost, and that will alleviate a lot of pressure here.
And on that last attack from UTD, look how it started. It was just the slow play from Luby, baiting in 2 challenges. When you get this deep into overtime, you have to play quickly and decisively. Adding any indecision on the defense can really throw a wrench into those well-rested plans there. For example, a double commit opens the way, and Tide will be able to pound it underneath the third.
Tide, for the second time in succession, scores the game winner for Indiana with 13 total saves, I might add, they put up against 17 shots. That turnover rate is absolutely insane for Indiana. This was a legendary performance for them. They take the lead in the series now 2-1 as well, but Tide coming in as the MVP for this game. I would posit that he was the MVP for the last one as well, Taco. You can't really argue that there are some clear standout performers.
Yeah, and I think game number ones obviously are the way we begin the series oftentimes because, you have to start somewhere, and they're always kind of one or two things. It's either a complete blowout from one team or it's really neck and neck, and then that really paints the rest of the series. However, I don't think that we really got that in this series. I think we saw a fairly dominant performance from UTD, only a 2-goal margin, but they were vastly outshooting Indiana. Now, Indiana is modulating between that all-out aggression, sending the house, and then learning to retreat back, play some solid defense, and I think it's really paying off for them. They're still being outshot overall, but it's a 14-11 in favor of UTD. That's a lot closer, and I think that's why these games have gotten so much more neck and neck. It's what I want to see out of a series like this. I'm sure all the viewers are enjoying it as well. We're going into game number 4. Indiana has taken the lead, and this could be a very pivotal game. A win here puts them onto match point, just that much closer to getting on to that next round and defeating a really admirable opponent.
That much is true, and plenty more, obviously, is to come here for IU. Will they be able to stand up to UTD, who are almost undoubtedly going to be making some sort of gameplay adjustments here? But I feel like you mentioned that IU is putting their best foot forward here, and I can't help but say that I feel like they've got a little bit more left in them even here against UT Dallas. I talk about anti-teams as a bit of an odd concept in Rocket League, where you can have players that excel in playing against better players. And we've always talked about UT Dallas as being a mainstay for CRL. IU hasn't really had any sort of presence like that. Perhaps they're just an anti-team. They're just so much better at playing against teams that are competent and in some ways more predictable than others.
And we talked about how Indiana, their most recent success was getting to the grand finals and then heartbreakingly losing in a bracket reset against Akron. But keep in mind, that was after about 6-7 hours of bracket play. We talked about the effects that bracket exhaustion can really have on you. Your brain just goes dead. You got no more energy in your body. But we're seeing a fresh IU squad, and I'm liking what I'm seeing down the stretch. I'm not necessarily convinced that they're the ones that are definitely going to go on and win, but they're putting their best foot forward, and it's showing. And certainly you got to make sure you have some way here on Dallas of locking down Tide. That is captain clutch right now for Indiana, and I think they're just going to be hoping that they can take care of business before it goes to OT.
Absolutely, and of course more from Big E, not to be left out on that front, but I think that the supporters might need to sit back in their supporter role for now. Of course, as you mentioned, it was tied. I said it earlier too. It is clearly tied, and tied with a demo here. That's going to open it completely up for Morph, and that's goal number 1.
That's a good takeoff, but again, it just comes from this play from Ghost. You're pushing up so aggressively. That game plan entirely relies on no errant touches. The moment it does, Morph sees their opportunity, and they're not going to miss an open net. Really, those open nets have been actually surprisingly clinical from both teams throughout the series, something that can actually spell a lot of disaster down the stretch if they are left unaddressed. 1-0 after 90 seconds, and Indiana has a chance to maybe extend it some more. They're beating out some defenders. Ghost trying to race to it, and will barely able to get some touch on that, and they'll send it all the way back down for a bit of a momentum reset. A lot of pinches into the corner. UTD trying to salvage things. Can this get past Big E just in time for that save? Another one out to the side.
Asset wins currently coming at quite the premium here for both teams. You saw a contest earlier, and Big E actually not able to make this save here. This seemed like a pretty well shot out of the neutral, Taco. I don't know where this one came from.
I'm gonna have to look at this one again. As it's coming through from Luby, Big E, I think they're too far on the near post. They didn't read the angle enough. You can see the car really tilt down the stretch of that aerial. Unfortunately, it's gonna be a rough one to get equalized on, but ultimately we're right back to neutral on a kickoff, or should I say that so soon? Luby, a brilliant 50, and there's the lead.
You just had to say something, didn't you, Taco? This is twice now. Big E might be partially responsible for this one. I mean, we talked about the last one. All right, slight mechanical error. But this time, Big E absolutely got played by Luby. I don't think there's two ways about that. Went in, dove for the challenge, and it just bops off of Luby's front bumper right back into the waiting arms of that player with a secondary touch to put it on target and in. So now they're going to have to get back into this game. Fortunately, they have plenty of time. But it seems like that time might start dwindling away rather rapidly as 2 consecutive shot attempts make it 3 as Ghost puts this one on target. But none of them finds pay dirt. Dalton couldn't read the double tap. Luby for the follow-up couldn't get it under the crossbar, and Ghost denied on the 3rd attempt. But still, UTD able to keep it safely in the opposing half, regardless of sending 3 players just completely crashing the net.
And so Ghost looking for a statement to make, get a 2-goal lead, but they'll have to wait a little bit longer. Tide On the counterattack, another air dribble. It's well over the bar, but Biggie is waiting for it. It's such a gentle tap. It's not even going to find its way through on target. Dalton now on the counter. Got Luby up in support. Can they find him on the deflection? No. Back out to mid it will go. And a bit of a giveaway there from Indiana. Almost was relinquishing possession, but another lob forward. Triple commit coming through from Dallas, and nerves are very much on both sides. A whiff on the counter, and it's Luby at the center of it again.
3 goals for UT Dallas, 3 simple mistakes on the IU side. There's just no two ways about it. I like the idea that they had when they were on the attack. I'm looking at more from the midfield. I'm thinking, yeah, this is going to be a great startup to some extended offense. He's got a great challenge on it, and oh, whoops, that wasn't supposed to happen. But you got to live with it now. Just past 100 seconds to go here, and ooh, tied already past 2. Only 14 boosts left in the tank. No, couldn't do much else with it. Morph will keep it competitive on the half. Going back towards the mid though, and we'll find that passing lane over to Ghost. I would love to see more cutoffs. Nice bump here. Morph, the shot on. He's a little bit high. Dalton, make sure it stays away. Tied off the side and will not be able to get it through the 50 on target and in. Dalton can't make it back. Tenacity purely and simply here.
I was staring at Dalton the whole time because he was on the near post. I was wondering what he was trying to do. I think he's trying to avoid any demos, but on the recovery, he's ramping off the sidewall of the goal and then just falters and slows down. And then when that roller comes through, he just doesn't have the angle. Such a rough way for that goal to go in, but they can't really hang their heads. They still have a lead, and they only got 70 seconds left to protect it. It seems like Indiana more than content to play the patient game. 2 players in the midfield tied. We've seen what he can do off the backboard. No chance to prove it this time. Luby, good follow through and a clear back out to mid.
You had so much tenacity on that last drive. It's what scored them the goal. Kozo, what a dunk here. Tries to make it playable, but unsuccessfully so. The final minute of play, though, I feel like the Hoosiers have plenty of gas left in the tank. I said it at the end of the last game. Tied off the back wall. There's no contact made, and the shot is there. Big E for the tie-up, and they are back in.
I love this from Tide. Look at that. They're using the pre-flip. Ghost has no idea what to do with it, and more importantly, does not shoot it on target. Just hits it behind Ghost because they know the follow-through player on their team is there, and it has a much better chance of smacking that one on target. There is the tie game. We might be looking at yet another overtime unless Dalton has their way. Just cut out in time by Big E. Ghost trying to salvage things, but a solid 50 will put it right back in the Dallas half.
A little bit dicey here, and oh, almost a chance for IU. Way up in the sky for the flip reset off the backboard, the double tap. That's notable. The follow-up is there for Big E. Hat trick as well, and they've got the lead.
Yeah, prior to this, the biggest comeback stretch that Indiana's had was just this simple 1 goal, but now they have not only been able to equalize, but take the lead right before the death. 25 seconds remaining. Big E leading the way with a hat trick. We'll have to see if the defense is up to snuff here in the tail end. One more attack coming forward from UTD. Ghost with a deflection. Dalton, they're lurking on the back post. That shot is off the post. Biggie, the backflip save, and Tide gets another one out into the corner. Dalton trying to salvage things, but it'll go wide. Luby in field. Ghost, a weak shot. The bump attempt. All the players on Dallas are there, and no bump or contact. Indiana scraping by, and they are on match point.
I think that's the only way you can really describe that one. They were down 1-3 at one point during this game here, Taco, but they managed to bring it back somehow. And Biggie, all right, here's the deal. Biggie was pretty decidedly, in my opinion, responsible for goal 1 and goal 2 against. But with 3 goals and 5 saves, I think that kind of cancels out for the most part. I think you'd probably agree with me on that point. You know, if you have 3 goals and 5 saves, you could probably get away with letting 2 in. So well played there for Biggie, tied with 3 assists as well. And then, of course, Morph bringing up the rear with the last one. Just what a performance, again, from IU. It's sheer tenacity from them. I don't know how or where they're getting the energy for this kind of play, but they have it, clearly. In UTD now, they need to win 3 consecutive games of Rocket League. It would not be the first time that we've seen them do this on stream this season, so keep that in mind, but it still is going to be a massive uphill battle.
Yeah, it's still the best of 7, but functionally we're simulating their reverse sweep they had to do earlier against St. Edward's University during the regular season in a functional best of 5. reverse sweep scenario, which I think they're definitely capable of, but they have to be a little shell-shocked. That last game seemed like it was theirs for the taking, but they're a confident team, and they got mechanics to boot. Luby, you don't give them time on those.
No, you do not. I think that goes for basically anybody on the field right about now. If you're just going to sit there and watch it and let him get that flip reset that close to the goal line, you got to be prepared for the consequences. And IU, well, like I say all the time, if you are going to screw up, get it out of the way early. Now they know what they have to play into. At the very least, 1 goal against, and they've been here more than a couple of times so far this series.
And we'll be seeing another long ball coming through. Morph. Good extension through. No 50, so tied. Tries to take over, but they play it too fast. Dalton switching cars. They have officially switched the Octane. A very pivotal moment in any occasion when we do see a player try a new car, or maybe a meme car, and then switch back to the regulars. I think UT Dallas knows their backs are against the wall, and they need to bring it their all to this series, because Indiana is certainly here to play.
They are. Oh, I like that idea. Goes up to Dalton. There is no touch made, though, and now back on the other side, tied. And a bit of a 1v2 here. Morph was the wingman. And we'll get denied that opportunity. Goes now trying to receive. This one will not go on target, though. Just once again looking to move downfield. That passing lane. I said earlier on in the last game, actually, that passing lanes came at quite the premium, but they are finding their stride right now abouts.
Yeah, and right now we're back to really what we were expecting out of UTD from the beginning of this series, getting very good pressure and also taking a page out of what Indiana's been bringing, leaning back into the pressure, being able to absorb some of it, and then choosing your moment to move forward. I think the main thing that I've noticed from UTD is that they have really been the pioneers of that playstyle for a lot of NACE, but then when they start to get really aggressive, they almost always get bitten on it. So I think if they can resist that temptation to push everyone forward, I think they're right back in this game, and more importantly, the series as a whole. It seems like so far, things are starting off well for them. They'll take another goal, though. Dalton beating 2 players out. Indiana stretched out on these rotations, cannot reach it in time.
Yeah, that 50-50 there certainly did not help, but Morph, oh my goodness. I mean, you can just see that the confusion is there. Morph, I cannot imagine that they knew what the situation was because of the way that they jumped at that ball. They were beaten by a mile. There's just no rationale for going up for that, so you can see there's some major confusion on the IU side during that play. Perhaps it's a one-off event. I think the UT Dallas is going to try to push that forward as far as they can. Talk about winning 3 games in a row. I mean, really, when you take it one step at a time, it does not seem that bad at all. If you try to take it at face value, like, oh, we have to win 3 games in a row, this is ridiculous. But if you just think about it as just, hey, let's just win 1 game of Rocket League, and then all we have to do is win 2 more, right? It's one of those kinds of deals, and they are masters of getting into that kind of headspace.
I don't think any psychology majors on the field, but certainly they are proponents of those teachings. However, they need to be very careful in front of their net. That one somehow does not find its way through. Morph, bit of a back pass and a lot of ball chasing will at least result in an awkward deflection, but everything going right for Dallas. The deflection high into the ceiling will keep their possession. Ghost on the follow through. That's an open shot. Big E pinching that one out to mid. Dalton, another throw forward. Try to keep this possession right now. This is just all Dallas. Where was this hide in the past couple of games?
That is the real question, and I think remember what we heard from the interview earlier in the season, right? It was, I believe it was Luby who was on the line with us, and basically we talked about the importance of maintaining your mental and be like, hey, we can beat these guys. That's all you got to do is just go out there and win. As simple as that sounds, right? Is just win. It really is that easy, guys. Come on. But I feel like, again, UT Dallas are masters when it comes to that area. So ask the expert. We'll see what they can do with this series yet. It seems like they're pretty well a shoo-in here for game number 5 now in this series, although don't really want to close the book too early.
Certainly not, and there's always a chance for a comeback, especially if you get one right about now. Tied, just tucking one through on the infield.
Oh boy, I don't know why I even say stuff anymore. 72 seconds for 2 goals is loads of time. Oh dear. I hope that UT Dallas isn't getting as comfortable with their lead as I am. That's for sure.
So Morph is going to try and start things off with a nice kickoff. Those are going to be very crucial down the stretch as a nice set piece to be able to get you back in the game, but they will not find success with that. They will find a save. However, Big E Another extension, Luby. They're left alone. They have to handle the dribble. Biggie over touches it, and Luby's patience will pay off. Now, trying to reward themselves with a counterattack goal. Only going to find Morph. Now Ghost into the ceiling. Biggie. A lob forward, Tide. They do have Morph upfield, but a brilliant read by Dalton will cut that passing play out. Indiana to try and throw the house at the goal, but UT Dallas defense holding sturdy. 35 to go.
Oh, that shot from Tide. It looked like there was an angle there for a second, but it was not meant to be. They do still have time, though, as you mentioned. Rita here off the back wall, but nobody's up there to contest Ghost. They've got to get this ball downfield now. They simply do not have the time to wait on this. Right now, you can see the pressure from UT Dallas. All they're trying to do is just buy more and more time. There is still a chance here for IU off the backboard. Luby's not out to this. A chance, but more can I get there in time? And that should put the finishing touches here on game number 5. A good last hurrah here for IU, but not near enough. They're going to have to put in the effort here to make some changes for game 6, because now you let UT Dallas get one back, and things are going to be a lot more complicated from here.
And I think this was the return to form we were waiting for. And I think there's a buffering period with all teams in series like this where Indiana starts out losing the game. Okay, it's not that far apart, but at the end of the day, they're not quite ready for a lot of the rotations. But then games 2, 3, 4, it's just all Indiana all over the place. They're keeping it close, but they have most of the pressure, and they're getting victories. Now it seems like UT Dallas, they've analyzed the gameplay. They kind of know how to answer, and it seems like everything's starting to come together for them again. The shots are actually surprisingly even, but the scoreline certainly is not.
Yeah, they got the results back from the lab, so now they know exactly how to tear apart IU. Perhaps not. We don't really know. But I will say one thing for certain, that's we did not see any of the big performers for Indiana this time around. Tide and Big E were two of the bigger names, of course. Tide in games 2 and 3, Big E in game 4. It looks like they were just having the series of their life up until that last one, where things did not go their way for a majority of that game. There were a couple of key saves that UTD did have to make, but apart from those, it didn't really seem like things were under control for the Hoosiers. So now game 6 on the horizon here, and things are not necessarily looking up for them, but I still think there's a lot left on the field from game 5 that we didn't really see out of them.
Yeah, and right now it's all on UTD. As you said, they have to take it one game at a time. But of course, they know that if they don't make this game theirs, they're going to be knocked down to the lower bracket, and Indiana will be able to win it in 6. So some solid defense and some crazy clears are going to go a long way. Luby, that one's tucked out of the bar, and that is not the cleanest goal to open things up, but they'll take it.
It looks like a golf game at that point. I mean, this thing just flopping through the air and nobody prepared for it. It's almost the most unfortunate start you could possibly imagine. But hey, as I said before, you know what the odds are now against you. You know that the opponent leads. How are you going to deal with that information? Don't really know right now, but Ghost, oh, that's completely free. Oh, and of course, he can't put it away! And the save made by Morph with a follow-up. Dalton for the instant closure. Not going to let that one get out. But Ghost dropping the ball on that one, quite literally, could not get it inside, and this one will be deflected away. But still, UT Dallas the chance for insurance early on.
And that's a rough one. I will really applaud the defense of Indiana. They're really pressed up against it, and that was a bunch of saves that you have essentially pixels for margin of error on. They were able to get away with it, but for how much longer? Dalton finding Ghost. Love those passing plays. Not going to work out this time. Deflection. Dalton has to race back. Be able to catch this into the corner. Tide and Morph double committing into the ceiling. Big E, are they brave enough to go for it? So is Ghost. The deflection going forward into the corner, but I think that one goal going to be standing for at least a little bit longer. Dalton, another key save as the ping pong match will continue. Back and forth we go.
Morph almost able to take advantage of that touch off the side. Just a little bit closer on that one. It could very well have been a goal for, but they can't quite make it happen. Push back on the defense again here. Dallas looking to try and close this vice clamp, and oh my goodness, it's Luby out in front. This cheeky, I think is the only way I can describe this passing play from Ghost out of the corner just fools the defense.
And this is kind of a great example from Ghost on how much you can do with a ball, even with low speed. Jumping off the sidewall, they can try to hit it up the line, they can try to hit it through defender, they can try to 50, but instead they kind of float underneath it and then kind of tuck underneath it just enough to be able to chip it. And I don't think the goalie was ready at all for it. Really well worked from Ghost, getting their team with a 2-0 lead, and Indiana has quite another hole to dig out of. This is going to have to be a second game in short succession that they're going to have to try to find a comeback, but open nets will help that cause. No one home for UTD, and there's one back.
Good punish here, certainly, but you're not going to get gifted these terribly often, so try not to cherish it too much. It'll probably be your last, but there is still a chance for them. I mean, that goal is going to give them quite a bit of hope, certainly. I think at the end of the day, they do still need to shore up their defense a little bit more. The rotations haven't been quite as tight as I would like to see them, and the bump here against Luby will complicate things for the UTD attackers, but doesn't look like it's going to guarantee a play out. Goes, receives, way up high now. Luby trying for the follow-up. It'll drop back into the mid. This still might be playable even, and Dalton is going to close the gap. It'll be cleared away with relative ease here. Still, though, I mean, the amount of time that there was for UT Dallas to potentially get their attackers in there and interrupt the defensive rotation is a little bit concerning for me.
Ooh, that's a demo on Dalton. The counterattack trying to come through. Tide, he's getting in the way of his teammate, but it doesn't matter. It's going to find it through. 2-2-2 on the clock and the scoreboard. Indiana right back in it.
I gotta say, this is a little bit unorthodox when it comes to making that leading blocker type play, but I suppose it worked out in this instance. But there's still more work to be done. They've got to score at least one more here or an OT.
2:19 remaining is certainly a decent amount of time to work with, but pressure really is truly on for Dallas. They're on match point here. They need to be able to make sure that they can go through with this game, but these overtimes have not been going their way. I don't think that is where they want to reach. They're going to have some heroism strike through before that clock hits at 000. I don't think Big E is liking being generous with this. The slow play almost resulting in a bump play through, but GD's defense will hold. Ghost be able to send it out into the corner. Another tap forward. It's going to lob straight up. Big E quick to it. We will only get a deflection. Now Morph looking for Tide upfield. That's one going straight over. It's waterfalling down. There's no one there initially. Morph on the follow through, but it's a weak shot to the far, and Big E can only hold it in place.
Would really have liked to see some gap closure on that one. It was pretty obvious, I think, that Tide was going to have that one secured, but I do respect, again, the slow play from IU. They know that they can't give up any free goals at this point. So if they do, they might well be on their last legs for the series, and Big E trying for the solo play here. Simply did not have enough gas in the tank on that one. But UT Dallas still looks like they have shown a little bit of weakness on the back end. This might be an opportunity. He cannot keep it high enough to fool Dalton.
Ruin Ghost, that's a nice little infield pass, but Big E coming back will get a bump. Now Dalton going for a bump of their own. Luby to the back post, no one there. Dalton will have to turn around with Ghost in support. Another one to the back post. Luby, they have the angle. No, they don't. It's rattling off the bar. There's two players there, and Ghost gets it past both.
No way on God's green earth that this one should be able to go in, but they allow it anyhow. Big E. Oh, no. How does Ghost get that one past the defense, Taco? It looks like for all intents and purposes, they should have that one easy.
I don't know how many times that UTD can get away with this, but they haven't necessarily completed the heist yet for this game. They have 30 seconds remaining, and Indiana has certainly had their fair share of opportunities. Lubies has to stretch for this one. It's an open deflection. Tide off backboard. Dalton might be able to follow this just enough and buy them some crucial time. Now Indiana resetting onto offense. Is this the dagger? Can Luby take this to game 7? The back post shot, it's off of the post instead. Tide with a pinch all the way downfield. It's on the near. It's put in. What a response by Indiana.
Almost the Cookseer pinch, but it doesn't matter anyways. Biggie is there for assurance, and what a run back here for Indiana. How in the world do they manage to find the energy and the mental to stay in this game? I do not know. There is still time on the clock, though. Time for a golden goal, and goes with boost, looking for it. Solo here. The dunk is in there. Dalton with the follow-up, and UTD with the lead now. 2 seconds left.
I'm too young to have a heart-conditioned squid. What is happening? This lead is bouncing around like this ball in front of net. Dalton is ready for it, smacks it in, and might have just stolen this game. But as we said mere seconds ago, still time on the clock, but it will elapse. Tide gets one more clear forward. They're trying to keep it up in the air, but it's just too tall a task. They had it, Squid. They had it, but UTD forced us to game number 7.
Oh boy. Well, this is why we say that in Rocket League it's never over until it truly is over and that clock hits 0 and that ball hits the ground, because you never know what's going to happen. And now, UT Dallas with 2 consecutive wins on match point, now they have the opportunity to steal this series away in Game 7, and I honestly don't feel like anybody would have this in any other way. It's not often that we get reverse sweeps in best of sevens. We came close, not this time. Or UTD still have the chance to take it in not quite as glorious a fashion as is possible, but still pretty glorious.
Yeah, I feel a little bad referring to it as a steal. This is well earned. This is UTD trying to reassert their dominance, and they only got to do it one more time. That kickoff not going to help. Big E gets an early lead for Indiana 3 seconds in.
Talk about one foot in front of the other. UT Dallas has been following that path for quite some time, but now it's IU's turn. Can they keep this one under control for the remainder of regulation? I feel like the obvious answer is going to be no. Based on how much we've seen the game state change in really any given game of this series, Taco, I feel like there's almost no reasonable way that I can claim that IU is going to be able to hold on to this lead.
Yeah, we sometimes talk about it in leagues where the skill gap is so wide between some teams and it's just not competitive. How about this one? Opening match of the playoffs here in our final playoff bracket, and these teams are going to game number 7. It's what the weekend is promising, and said this would be a nice sampler platter for the weekend, and I'm expecting a lot of these games to be very similar to this one. Can Indiana close it out? They got a lead. How about 2? That's over top, and Dalton is the savior this time. Great save out to the corner.
There's no underestimating how important that save was. Certainly almost another chance for insurance here. Well, Luby this time will be credited with the save. IU are getting very close to the goal line. You can see this deep rotation. Both Big E and Morph playing this one way back. Going for the solo play now is Big E. Off the back, Morph for shot number 2, and that one will sneak in. 2 players on the goal line left flat-footed.
I love this from Big E. They're just going for something simple. You notice how they're not spinning in the air. They're trying to keep it in maximum control because they know a dunk like that opens the play for Morph. Great placement. There was still a lot to do. He does it well. And now 1 minute in, Indiana roaring out to a nice lead. And we've seen some comebacks from both teams. I don't think this series is anywhere close to being done, but my goodness, this is a great way to start off potentially your final game of this round 2 matchup.
There's potential to redirect that one on target. Whether or not it would have gone through the defense, I can't say, but still would have been a nice showing for UTD on one of their first offensives. They'll be driven back across the midfield line yet again here. More for the shot even. That one will go well wide, and Luby, great touch here. Now in the 2v1, and now potential opened up here. Luby out of the corner, can't get it on target, but Ghost can. 2 defenders fly by this ball, Taco, and they'll let it through.
Look at this problem solving. Luby positions himself in the back post. It comes right at him. What can you do? You can't shoot that. You can't lob it up. So instead you dunk it with the backside of your car into the ground so that it's just confusing enough to beat out 2 near post defenders for Ghost. A well-worked 3-person passing play. And like we said, far from over. Back to a 1-goal game.
You mentioned earlier you're too young to have a heart condition. Well, I think I'm going to have to say that I'm in the same boat. But we may find ourselves victims anyhow. IU, I'm looking for them to get some sort of insurance here. Back again. Tied out to the mid. Big E's there. Oh, that one's just high and wide of the net. Unfortunate mischance right there. And Luby will now drive past at least one. But no further than that. UTD still being held on their own half, at least temporarily here. The rotations from IU have historically been fairly safe. They have dropped that a little bit in the past, but here it seems like that might be the game plan.
Ghost is going to get such a nice little ball. Luby on the dribble. They flick it past everyone. Not the crossbar, though. Off of it. And now out into the corner again. Luby working in some more fakes. A sitter here for Ghost. Tied on the counter. Can they wrap around it? They only have Dalton to beat. They have Biggie up in support. It's a low flick, and it will be saved away. I'd have to think a demo attempt was in the cards there, but they rushed the play through. Still with the lead in 2 minutes to go. The insurance goal for Indiana could be so huge as they can find one more piece through.
You mentioned how they want to go for the demo play there. I care to agree, but I also have to think that right now they are thinking along the lines of there is no reason to compromise the defense. We have the lead. No matter how minuscule it may be, we do still have the lead, and that almost changed right there. A demo attempt on the back end, and UT Dallas Be quite deadly if they have time in the attacking zone. This one off the wall. Dalton is there, denied. This should still be able to be turned around. Luby goes now. Solo pressure forces Biggie out to the side wall. Luby getting in the way a little bit, but their attack will come to a close. Bump attempts here on dive was unsuccessful, and now the 1v1. Morph, the shot angle is not there. They can't cut around the ball, and that could have been their chance with the drop down, but less than 80 seconds to go now, and we're still at a 1-goal game.
Such a smart play from Biggie. They know the defense from UTD is panicking, and then they just let him clear it down the line and then retake possession, but you got to make sure you get back onto defense. Tide saves the day with that clear. It was wide open on the counter. Ghost trying number 2. To the sideline, but Morph cuts it out. 60 seconds remaining, and a lot of space at midfield. We're gonna have to wonder how sweaty these palms are on the side of UTD. They need to bust out a goal very quickly, be able to send this into overtime. How about this one? A goal line save for Biggie. The roller, it's all the way down. It's in the net. It's a 2-goal lead with 44 to go.
Oh no, oh no, no, no. This is the worst thing I can possibly imagine happening for UT Dallas at this point. Just the pinch. I mean, there's no way I could say it's lucky or unlucky on either side, because you know what you're getting into when you're making that 50-50 there, Luby. But you're just gonna have to deal with it now. Down 2, less than a minute. Trying for an attack immediately out here off the kickoff, but Tide the pinch way up high. Nobody's in position to make this play on the UTD side. And now they're gonna have to move into the final half minute of gameplay to try and score a goal and then another one at that, Taco. Demolition here, Tide. Play back into their own corner. It's not looking like the greatest play here, but there's just, again, nobody there to challenge for UT Dallas. Slight double commit. Luby looking for the outlet to Dalton. There's 2 upfield right now for IU, but nobody can get in the face of Morph to get him away. A demo on the back line. They need this right here, and they cannot make it happen. Final couple of seconds. Need only wither away. And Indiana University takes it. The Hoosiers somehow managed to take down UT Dallas in round 2 of playoffs here.
Oh, Lord, Squid. This is what we're talking about. This is what Collegiate Rocket League is all about. It's the mainstays coming up against the young Bucks here in Indiana, getting the W in Game 7. Round 2 of this tournament goes this far down. That's how evenly matched this bracket is going to be, and I love to see the underdog, the newer teams in the scene, come through victorious, sending UT Dallas down to the lower bracket, which they'll have some thoughts about, I am sure, in the future.
That much is true, but Taco, we still have one more game for tonight. To me, that seems a little bit ridiculous, considering that we just had that Game 7, a back-and-forth series through and through. But I have to say, for UT Dallas, right, again, they had quite the stellar performance in a lot of different ways throughout the season and again here against Indiana, but they could not make it happen. I just hope that this doesn't adversely affect their mental moving forward through the lowers, because I no doubt think that they have a great chance to make it far in that bracket.
Yeah, and certainly we'll have to look for UT Dallas to be able to move on. And of course, Indiana, they didn't play a perfect series, but they did well enough. So maybe both of those teams would like to get involved with our partner before we guys send you to break to let us ready up for our second series of the night. We want to shout out the Metafy.gg. It is a coaching platform here for esports athletes. You have every single game you can imagine on that platform, being able to contact experienced coaches. And if you go into Metafy.gg and use the promo code CSL15, you can get up to 15% off of any Metafy session with a coach of your choice. And of course, when you look at coaching in this modern era, that's actually what separates a lot of different teams, Squid. So of course, a service like Metafy, which is online, contacting coaches to send replay reviews and be able to work on your own schedule along with an experienced coach, can be such a vital point to be able to advance your team's performance and get into that next kind of upper echelon of play.
Couldn't agree more, and we see it more and more at the top level, especially there's been some drama even about it, right? With, Gregan moving out of the coaching scene in order to start commentating again. I'm personally kind of excited to see that, but Verge, also when the Dignitas move ended up happening, when Violent Panda left Dignitas, Verge went with him, and there was a lot of people talking about that. It is truly because coaching can make all the difference, so I highly suggest that you guys go and check it out using that code, again, in that little area right below the Twitch page. I think we have it right there for you. So if you want to go and check it out, there it is.
Well, with that put in the books, we will be seeing Indiana University, the Hoosiers, going on into the next round of our NACE Starleague Collegiate Rocket League playoff bracket. But the night is not done. We're going to throw you to a brief break, and then we'll be right back with our second series of the night here for NACE Collegiate Rocket League. It is going to be University of North Texas up against Stockton University. Don't go anywhere. You will not want to miss it. welcome back everyone to some more NACE Collegiate Starleague action for Rocket League. I'm still the Intertacker. Joining me is Squid, and we just saw UT Dallas fall to Indiana University in game number 7 for our first series of the night. Up next, we have University of North Texas and Stockton facing off. But of course, with matchups like this, and of course, with broadcasts like this, we got to shout out to the people that make it possible.
And we do. Gummy Shots have been sponsoring us here now for a little bit. And I gotta say that I actually have been enjoying them just a little bit. But basically, it's for people who are not a fan of like traditional energy shots, you know, drinks, coffee, caffeine pills. They can have caffeine and great flavor. And that's the catch with these guys. Gummy Shot gummies are made with natural caffeine from green coffee bean extract, real fruit, and high in antioxidants from vitamin D. These gluten-free gummies are free from gelatin, soy, and artificial dyes, so they are quite nice. Each gummy shot has 75 milligrams of plant-based fast-acting energy in each gummy. You can customize and decide how many you want to eat, 1, 2, 3, and like I said, you know, they're really good. And in fact, when you're on a cast like we are, you gotta have high energy. So, you know what? Thanks to the generous sponsors, I'm gonna go ahead and have one right now. They come in like these little packages. There's 3 that come in here. Just about this big. They taste great.
And certainly you have a lot of different options there. They're bursting with flavor. You got sweet and juicy kind of elderberry, or if you want something a little bit more tropical, you have also a mango and pineapple flavor, as well as the new Valencia orange if you really have that citrus craving. But again, they come in at 3 or 8 packs. They're available on Amazon, or you can also click in the Twitch panel below the broadcast if you're on desktop or if you're just on your phone watching this stream. And as we said earlier, it's all plant-based energy. So all these Gummy Shot gummies are made with plant-based energy with labels that you can read about and understand. They're not just random chemicals that you have no idea where they're coming from. They're made with green coffee beans, real fruits, and they're high in antioxidants as well as vitamin D.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just amazing. I gotta say, like, I just had one here now. It really is so tasty, and they certainly get the job done. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if you needed a caffeine boost to fuel your day, if you're really into a game, you need a quick kick, take one. If you really need to take an action-packed schedule on, take 2 or 3. It's up to you how many you take, but let me tell you, they do get the job done. And again, on the website, gummyshot.com and amazon.com. Highly recommend. But Taco, with that out of the way, let's talk here about our upcoming match. We already saw one Texas team go down to the low bracket here today, and I gotta be honest, with Stockton on the horizon, it feels like UNT might soon follow the same path.
Yeah, and this is a team in Stockton that has really come back with a vengeance, because historically Stockton is a big dog in the Eastern Conference for Collegiate Rocket League. They are consistently at the top, and then they really fell off. They had a lot of struggles in the spring, but then they remade the roster. They added in Top Cheese, and they've been really on the comeback trail, been really blazing through some competition, whereas UNT is experiencing a bit of adversity as well, Squid. We've seen some very late season roster changes from them.
Yeah, and it's just the unfortunate reality of, well, Stockton, I believe actually, no, wait, Top Cheese. Yeah, okay, all right, Top Cheese is still in. It's Buskey's being swapped out. Sorry. For a moment, I got that one mixed up. And I am a little bit curious to see what exactly happened, because I'll be honest, Buskey has had some, well, he's had some moments in the past where he had to like go in and out of the teams, and it's been a really weird deal. But you talk about, I mean, late season roster moves as well. Tritone coming in for UNT. We touched on that a little bit earlier, so I won't get into it. But I am curious to see how that changes things, because Top Cheese, stellar striker for Stockton when he's playing on his game. Dark, incredibly consistent, but Bussy was always, I mean, he's kind of like a monkey ball player. He is getting in the way of rotations. He will make you question every preconception that you have ever had about Rocket League in the past by making weird cutoffs, by getting weird passes, by being available for passes in weird spots, and just generally being a nuisance on the back end. But without that kind of playstyle, I'm curious to see how the Stockton rotation will hold up.
And certainly the question is there for North Texas. D-Bank and Lucio, they are the mainstays. They've been on the roster for quite a lot of time. And Tritone having to come in because Corrosive, the replacement for Too Fast here in this new era of North Texas Rocket League, is going to have to step up. And there's been a lot heaped on their shoulders by a lot of different parties, because when you join a team like UNTV, really the most eminent Western Conference team in a lot of collegiate Rocket League, that top tier of competition. It's a lot to step into and fill the shoes. So as we mentioned, how Bussy's actually not in the lineup and Dripino is going to be stepping in, otherwise known as Drip or Stockton. The same exact expectations are going to be leveled at Tritone. So with an East versus West matchup right here, it's really going to have to come down to the execution. And more importantly, the chemistry with the sub coming through and trying to work with the two mainstays.
And it looks like the players are getting a little bit antsy to get into the lobby here. So, Taco, question time. Is it going to be Stockton or is it going to be UNT for you? I feel like, here's the deal. The storied team is North Texas. I want to go with them. And I will, just for the belief pick, all right? I had this twice on the CRL stream earlier this season, and it didn't work out both times, but I'm going to go with the belief pick. I want to see UNT succeed just for the story. But I want to know what you think about that one. We're getting the game underway, but Taco, please, your thoughts.
And right now, as we kick off game number 1, I'm looking at Stockton to be the team to lead the way for my prediction, mainly just because they have looked so good. And at least when we had actually cast in other tournaments, this team with this lineup with Dripino, they fit in fairly well. I'm not going to say they're as good as the preeminent starter, but they are able to get some nice results through, and so too can Lucia when you're getting set up with passes like this.
Yep, and this is the UNT we know and love, and the pump play, the back, keeping Top Cheese out of the play as well. That is precisely the kind of start that I would want to see for North Texas, here in the opening 20 seconds.
And so within the opening 20 seconds, I think that's a nice way to start things off in game number 1. Show everyone that you're here to play, and even with the questions about the third, that's still 66% of the team on both sides that are some of the best players in the nation. They're showing it right now. Top Cheese, too fast for Lucia to handle.
And talk about Top Cheese again, we mentioned it earlier, he is the star striker, and I won't necessarily claim that this was the greatest shot placement, but it was clearly enough to beat Lucia, so you can't be too unhappy.
Oh no, and it's a nice shot to be able to put it just a bit farther past Lucia, as they were in a good position to cover most of the shots, but sometimes that's why accuracy is a little bit overrated compared to just raw power, that it just goes right past the defender, glances off their hood. We're right back to an even scoreline as both teams striking early, and we're going to have to hope striking often. Will be Tritone next. They're going to advance it into the corner. Nice little dance past Top Cheese, but the giveaway immediately will lead to this air dribble. Can they get a 50? No. Roll it right up the middle, and Drip will be able to send one deep. No chase available. Lucy and D-Bank will try to combine as they tap it slowly off the backboard.
UNT slowly starting to get set here in the offensive zone, but again, I feel like there's an element of this rotation that Drip doesn't quite bring it the same way as Bussy. What a touch there from Top Cheese. Much too slow to get across the line. This one has the potential, but will go well high of the net. Decent passing idea there from Stockton, and they're trying for more here. Top Cheese and Drip both trying to interrupt somebody on the goal line there. Still ultimate shot, nor was there even physical contact on that play, so it's getting away from them just a little bit on that one. Again, it's really just the battle of alterations to these rosters. I gotta say, when it comes to that, I've got some relative faith in UNT with Tritone, who busts a move right there. Pass over to D-Bank, though. Will be blocked away. Again, and we talked about coaching and how it could be so important. You've got Too Fast backing UNT. Very calm head, certainly, along with D-Bank as well. Top Cheese can't get that angle there. Not able to recur either. Drip, secondary touch, back to the mid towards Dark, but Lucy with the cutoff.
Yep, and right there, the player rattling off the crossbar for Stockton. That is a pick that I think a lot of people would have to estimate for an MVP across the Eastern Conference. There's so many good players in the East, and to be honest, Stockton is overwhelmed with talent, and yet consistently it seems like Top Cheese is the one that comes out on top of those views. He's been so often the anchor for this team, and so UNT playing solidly, able to stay in this game. I'm going to be looking towards him for Stockton to really make the difference, or maybe just going to be Dark getting enough of a muscle on it to roll it all the way coast to coast.
Well, you know, this isn't exactly the kind of goal scoring I was expecting out of Stockton. Twice now, they just caught the opposition off guard. I will say the first one is obviously Top Cheese recognizing that they had the shot chance, but that just being a 50-50 out of the corner doesn't seem terribly characteristic of goals that you can expect to see coming up here. This one, however, may just be Lucia with no touch off the bar, and Top Cheese will punish every day.
That's why kickoffs are so important. That's dead even, but then it's all in the cheat up. Top Cheese had a lot of faith in that one, and they're not going to miss from a point-blank range. 2-goal lead, 2 minutes remaining, and a game that seemed so even for so long has now slowly slipped out of the grasp of UNT.
You have plenty of opportunity to come back, though. I will say it's not looking amazing. They did have one quite involved passing play that netted them goal number 1, so all hope is not just yet lost. The chemistry still may well be there. Nice touch out here to the side from Lucia. No touch from Drip to follow that up. Still gets away from them, though, back to the midfield. It feels like Stockton have a pretty good control over this game so far. No doubt about that one, but that looked a little bit dangerous. 3 players now up for the ball on the Stockton side. Lucia all the way to the back wall. This should be a free shot for D-Bank. Takes it to the left, but Drip is there to make the save. Great bump from Lucia, even going in for another potential triple tap here, but cannot make it happen.
I don't know if that was more helpful or hurtful, but it doesn't really matter because the attack is still going. Lucia trying to make amends. Top cheese. A brilliant save. Dark, another one to deflect out to the side. Talk about Stockton's offense. How about their defense right here? Putting on a show. They are getting hammered with pressure, and yet they will survive and get it clear.
They will. They only need to survive for just a little bit longer here against UNT. Well, you know what? You can't win them all. Perhaps this is just a GG go next scenario anyhow. So no harm, no foul, I hope. But with a minute left to go here, a bit of an own goal. You can't really deny the facts.
I cry every time when that happens. You have a ball rolling down on the waterfall, and you're trying to reach it in time, but then it actually bounces a little bit less than you thought, and you already jumped, and okay, well, maybe we can get it over, and then you own goal. So I think Triton just has to laugh that one off and understand that they got close, and they've had some decent opportunities on goal, but ultimately it's Stockton hitting them more often. Drip for number 5, ejected from Lucia. E-Bank will be able to clear it out into the side, and right now I think this is where UNT it really needs to take inventory, see what's working, and I think try and improve on it heading into game number 2. Is this one very much so in Stockton's back pocket?
Oh, it's just true. I feel like, though, as optimal as you, or like, I guess as optimistic as you can be for UNT. What in the world? All right, I guess we're just playing pinball now. But as optimistic as I want to be for UNT, I feel like this rotation with Drip is only going to improve for Stockton. So I don't really see an easy path in the future here for North Texas. Game 1 will handily go the way of Stockton. And again, I just have to reiterate, it doesn't seem like there's too much hope for me, but that's where I'm a non-believer. I obviously made the optimist pick by predicting for UNT. In my heart, I feel like I know that Stockton is probably going to be the one that wins this, but I still feel like there's an odd shot.
I would say, at least in the consistency of what we're going to be seeing, I will most likely say that it's going to be UNT getting hit with a lot of shots around the goal, not necessarily direct on-target shots, but they're going to be under a lot of pressure, and then they'll have the occasional opportunity where Stockton is trying to recover, or maybe they're not clearing it out as effectively, as the defense has been somewhat of their Achilles heel, at least when they get deeper into tournaments. And UNT, when they get those chances, those 3-4 shot opportunities per game, they need to score them. There was a lot of wide open shots, and they were just not able to tuck it past. Granted, if you have 3 players in goal, it's a lot to get through, but UNT, a couple different times, I felt like they were right on the edge, right there, about to get a goal, and then it gets turned away, and over time, more and more pressure from Stockton would be able to wear the defense down. So I think that's the game plan for game number 2. But would you agree with that sentiment, or are you seeing something else that might be deteriorating UNT's play?
Well, I feel like there's a great many factors that I could probably delve into, but at face value, I definitely think I would have to agree. Being able to take advantage of the opportunities that are given to you on the offensive side is always going to be critically important, especially with UNT. I mean, they have often been a team that is dependent somewhat on their striking ability. They cannot just hurl up and play defense for the entire time. It generally does not work out for them, especially after the recent roster changes. Obviously, Lucia coming onto the team, Corrosive coming onto the team. That wasn't something that they could anymore rely on because their players are no longer the top 1% of all the players in the West. They are, they've since been challenged. And again here, Triton coming onto the roster, it's basically the same story as before. They need to be able to rely on their offense as opposed to the defense. They had an amazing 3-man play early in game number 1 that gained them the lead, but they were unable to replicate anything similar moving forward. So I would personally, yes, very much agree. They need to make these offenses work out here in the opening seconds of game 2. Seems like we've been in a relatively neutral game. We saw one demo from North Texas. They're now making another effort to put their offense forward, but Lucia doesn't have too much control. That one will have to defer.
We don't want to give Top Cheese any space. This is why, potentially, as that deflection will go through. D-Bag just enough in the tank. Drip in the corner. Lucia, tough angle. No problem for Dark. Drip lurking upfield. Cut inside. Top Cheese going for a demo. Not going to find it. D-Bag standing sturdy, but not on the follow-through. 1-0 after a minute.
And we talked about it in the interim. You cannot rely on your defense right now if you are UNT, and it's just the unfortunate reality that Stockton is going to be too quick on it. You make one save, you got to have somebody there for the secondary, if not the first player who was there initially. And we see that becoming obvious during that play. Drip now already out of the corner to the mid, but Dark just a little bit too close. It just goes to show Stockton seems like they have so much control in the red zone when they get down there. And now, Dark up to Drip, pass over to Top Cheese. Dark's gonna field it instead. But it's just another example of how deadly they can be. There's so many options for them.
Yeah, and they don't want to be too bloodthirsty there. They were like sharks circling the water. All three players in Stockton nearly went for that last attack, which opened up the counter attack. Good play by Drip to be able to reject that, throw it to the side. Now Lucia trying to rebuild, but a deep rotation from Top Cheese will cut it out. No touch in the middle, so Tritone taking over, gets a wave dash. Was able to beat past one, well into the corner. D-Bank giving chase. Lucia in the backfield, trying to get for it, but Dark has them well beat to it. They'll at least get a deflection, so keep it alive for now, but a lot of double commits coming through from both these teams. I think they're trying to play so fast that maybe the comms can't quite keep up.
May have, but one more or the other. Still only 1-0, and okay, looks like it might have changed there. I should have had a bit more faith in D-Bank, I should have. The demo here on Lucia is certainly not going to help the UNT offense. It looks like they're trying to move this one downfield, but it's long clears. Stockton are just better at playing that game right now. You saw it just a moment ago. Top Cheese even trying to cut it inside of D-Bank right here. They have so much freedom to do basically whatever they want. Drip can't actually put this one on target. No contact was made. They'll lose out on a scoring chance as a result. They're still in the attacking zone. Again, the control is just ridiculous here for Stockton. Dropping that one out in the mid almost certainly would have been a clear in basically any other game where they can still make these kinds of plays.
And it's really on making sure you keep possession. As I say that, Lucy just rolled it straight out, so Top Cheese off into the middle. Now the deflection across. Drip. Third man goes, but will be deflected. Nice back pass from Dark. We'll be able to obtain some nice possession for Stockton, and up in the air we go again. Top Cheese getting bumped, but they're still with it. Drip taking over, no contact either. That could have been a nice opportunity to double the lead for Stockton, but they're not going to have it go through. How about North Texas? D-Bank throwing it forward, off the deflection. Dark will win out, and another one out into mid, so this is kind of a calmer game in the midfield, and certainly proving that way. Still only one goal in it with 90 to go.
And UNT have had nary a chance to actually make something happen on the offense. We saw one or two in seemingly the opening 30 seconds, the opening minute perhaps. But since then, they've been basically completely quiet. Tritone will get a demo in the back, but it's in the back. That leaves the back line completely open. It's 2-0 now. Stockton with just over 75 to go.
Yeah, this is something we really saw out of Indiana in the last series when they were tempted to slow the play down. It was actually a very good job from them because UNT streaking in. They're trying to challenge that ball as quickly as possible and then forgetting, as you mentioned, that they are the last person back. They get beat on a fairly simple tap of the backboard, and it's going to result in a goal. So now the comeback attempt is not just getting one more goal. It's having to score with enough time on the clock to do something about this, and the amount of pressure, the amount of downfield hits that Stockton is getting, that is no easy task.
And it is not. The shot count certainly not favorable in any meaningful way. We see 3 in total for UNT. They're going to have to put up a little bit more of an effort than this. And now Lucia over to D-Bank and a demo, but no, Tritone gets in the way accidentally. There's literally no blame I can place on Tritone for that one, but that's devastating now for the morale on the UNT side. They had the open shot lane, and now a bump on the back end. Insult to injury. Taco, could you get any more demoralizing than this chain of events right here?
My mouth was essentially agape that entire last 20 seconds of that play. And you can't blame Tritone. That's just how it works out. You demo, you clear the way, and then all you got to do is rotate out, and it just happens to fly right into you for a deflection. And when it rains, it pours. Stockton gets a counterattack. They put the cherry on top, and now it's just about closing out game number 2. But yet another game where it's fairly close for most of it, and then Stockton just peels away. Some goals could be a nice little morale boost for UNT, but right now that's all it's going to be. They just do not have the tools, it seems, to compete with Stockton through games 1 and 2 as the final seconds tick down. Just about stat padding here for the New Jersey school, and they will get away with yet another game victory.
I can't say I didn't expect this, but for UNT to have scored goal number 1 there, off the pass from Lucia to D-Bank and the demo from Tritone, for them to have scored that first goal there would have been a game changer. But as we said, sometimes these things just happen. There's literally almost nothing that Tritone can do about that. You're focusing on the defender, you have your ball cam off, you get the demo, and you're like, I got him, guys! You turn on your ball cam, and it's like, oh, look at that! I'm in the way! There's literally nothing you can do to react to that. And UNT, they just get the short end of the stick. It's the second time now that would have been their second goal of the entire series, and it would have been the second time where they made a passing play through the mid in tandem with a demo or a physical play otherwise that would have netted them a goal. Perhaps this is the only recipe that will work here against Stockton. I severely hope that that is not the case, because if that is the case, they're going to have a lot of trouble pulling it off, because that means you have to send the house, and you also have to put the ball in the midfield in a rather dangerous spot.
And it's just such a tough thing for UNT, because I think it's the same issues. They're walking all the way, the long journey into forming a goal, and then right at the end, it's just like they trip over their shoelaces or something. Like, they just cannot put away that final touch. Stockton, meanwhile, is just trying to throw as many opportunities forward, and eventually something's going to fall. I have no idea what happened here, but Top Cheese was in control the whole time.
It seems so. This one straight up. Tritone tried to make contact, and D-Bank actually waited on this one. I'm looking at his perspective, and he had plenty of boost in the tank. He was waiting on it. Didn't think that Top Cheese was going to fall on it, certainly, and it just goes in. So UNT, not the greatest start. They had options to work with, but there was some sort of key miscommunication or just a misread on the back end that caused them to concede first.
I think this is going to end up being a very valuable teaching tool when it comes to coaching a lot of defensive structure, as a lot of what UNT is doing is not too bad. It's just the 50s they're getting on the back wall. The clears that they're trying to attempt are not necessarily super safe, and the execution is a bit sloppy down the stretch. It's allowing a lot of awkward balls to continue into dangerous positions, and they're just fighting for their lives on the back end. I would like to see them get something a bit more sturdy, play it out to the corner, maybe catch the ball in the backboard instead of trying to impulsively clear it, and they might have a little bit of a cleaner time, but until they do, this is all Stockton, but at least the chance is still open for that comeback attempt. Lucia, slow ball, Tritone, they're waiting in the wings on the back post. Now D-Bank, third player, but can only pass it out to the corner. Tritone, another tap forward, but a deflection will carry all the way back into mid.
Seemed like that was always going to be a desperate play, and now all the 50-50 underneath of Lucia. Top Cheese will put number 2 on the board here. UNT, I want to say that I like that drive taco, I truly do, but I just did not see very many opportunities for quality shots. It feels like they either need to get an absolutely banging one-timer near the top of the box, or they need to play it as slow as possible, maybe accompany with a physical play and get a very high quality flick in order to make something happen. And now the double tapping from Top Cheese. That one will end up going through as well. Dark is there for the dunk. And at this point, it feels like the real question is, what can UNT do?
We're talking about the teaching aid aspect of this replay, and Top Cheese showing why you got to have some plan of attack when you have a player of that caliber with an air dribble, putting into the most dangerous position off the crossbar and straight back down. Dark on the follow through, and what you can do right now from UNT is, I think, really take a deep breath and focus on getting these nice clears through. It's one thing to play aggressively, but if you're rotating aggressively without any risk of the ball being really deflected or attached from the defense of Stockton, there's no real point. That's a missed shot again, but D-Bank is going to bury on the follow through, back to a 2-goal game.
Here we go. This is truly the beginning of a new and improved UNT in this series. Honestly, now that they've scored this 1 goal, there's absolutely no way that Stockton can win. I think you'd agree with me on that point. There's 3 minutes left to go. it's probably going to end up being like a 10-3 game at this point. Stockton, they're going to be completely scoreless from here. Oh my goodness, Lucia, that save almost dunked back in by Dark. In all reality, though, it's still a very big hill to climb here for UNT. Great pass here from Tritone back to the mid, but nobody is there for it on the North Texas side. It'll be D-Bank now to Lucia. They'll just have to play for possession on this one. No chance at getting that one on target. Tritone, follow up, double tap here from Tritone, just too high. The crossbar playing favorites yet again tonight, and they will be sent back home with nothing to show for it.
And you can almost see the timidity of this UNT offense as they start to move forward. They have been pressed back for so long and under so much stress on defense that Tritone busts out 2 different opportunities in the past 20 or 30 seconds that go into the middle, but then there's just no one there because UNT doesn't want to overcommit. You have to be able to dial it in. You don't have to turn it all the way to 10 and send the house on every attack, but at least have someone there threatening a follow through. Otherwise, a lot of these attacks just do not have anything behind them, and Stockton just continue to park the bus in front of the net and rely on counterattacks off the corner. Dark smacks one in.
This is going to be majorly demoralizing yet again here for UNT. Lucia is back and somewhat set for this, but just does not make the touch. And I feel like at this point, they're getting to a point in time where it's just so difficult to try to play against your mental, because these are players that have the capacity to play incredibly quickly and incredibly consistently, and yet they find themselves being disappointed at basically every turn. And it's kind of like a bad luck or just poor play begets more bad luck or more poor play here for UNT, and they're just not putting their best foot forward even in the face of adversity as they are right here. Again, going to get scored on by Top Cheese for number 3 for him on the game.
But notice how simple it is from Stockton. They're not trying to overcomplicate things. They're just throwing the ball high when there's the counterattacks on. It forces UNT to try to make some form of challenge, and then they just clear it into nowhere, and Top Cheese is an open goal. On the last goal, it's coming from Tritone, rotating back and attempting a clear, and they jump right at it to try to deflect up the line, but there's no one pressuring you. That has to be communicated so that they don't just throw it back in the middle and allow Dark to cap off with goal number 4 and now Top Cheese with number 5. It's just all these dominoes falling over and over for UNT. And I say, yeah, it takes some time to adjust, but right now you're out of time here. This game is certainly over still with 60 seconds to play, and you're looking at having to reverse sweep in a best of 7.
Yep, and that's probably not going to be a prospect that anybody expects that UNT will recover from. This is going to be goal number 6, Dark receiving from Drip. That'll be their 3rd on the game now. 2 hat tricks, 1 for Top Cheese, 1 for Dark. And as you mentioned, there is no time left. For UNT right now, they lose this game and the series may as well be over. But I think we're at a point where you give up a 6th goal and this game is pretty much over. There's almost no way that they can reasonably recover from this. I think the one big thing that they can lean back on right now is the fact that there is going to be a reset for game number 4. It's going to be a completely clean slate. They have to somehow take such a minuscule factor in this series and turn it into a game win and then a series win from there.
And I would like to see them ramp up the aggression a little bit, and if they don't want to rotate forward as aggressively, I would at least like to see them get some demos into the works, as they'll actually surprisingly cut the lead in half here with another goal off the kickoff. Not necessarily enough time to do it, but at least outside these freebie goals, I do like when they have looked for those demos through. Driving into the goal and kind of getting stuck there, maybe not as much, but just on an exit rotation, no problem. Just giving a little bump to a player and before you steal their boost and get out. Tiny touches like that, I think, will do a lot to really refresh the UNT mental and be able to allow Stockton to have to slow down just to be able to compensate for less boost on the field, because right now when they're fully boosted up, they're just a menace. They are everywhere on every single touch.
I think that's something you can continue to count on as they move throughout the bracket as well, which at this rate I am almost undoubtedly going to say that they'll move throughout the bracket. That was almost a good passing play for Lucia just to put that one barely behind the target. That's the kind of pace that we need to see from UNT with more consistency if they want even a chance to compete in this series. So hopefully that is a sign of things to come. Unfortunately, they will now be on match point against 3 games to Stockton after 3 games of Rocket League. It's certainly not something that I wanted to see, but it's a reality that we have to deal with. I say that more often than not on Rocket League streams. because that's the way that it is. You have to be able to say like, okay, well, it is what it is, and then just kind of do a complete mind wipe and just play the next game.
Yeah, and I think it's one thing to mind wipe, but at the same time, even if your memory is down, you might be thinking, why do I feel so blue right now? And it's partially just because when you're playing these games, it's not necessarily something that when we're looking at Indiana and UTD, where you're dealing with tilt because you're trading games and if you're a bit off on one or certain plays you missed, it's just everything on a systemic level, it seems like for UNT, isn't necessarily clicking. And I think it's because Stockton is playing as a unit. They're just getting on the ball quickly. There's always someone backing up, and all their touches are purposeful and to a man with a plan, whereas UNT feels like they're more just surviving. And when you're trying to survive, you have these long clears, you have these kind of errant touches, and it's hard to build to anything. So if they're going to reset, if they're going to get this fresh 5 minutes, they're going to have to take this full 60 to really think about where they want to go with this next game, because a reverse sweep required, they're going to have to dig very deep, get back to basics, and make sure any open net opportunity or any shot that is uncontested needs to get buried.
Well, here's what I will say. If they can start to pull off a reverse sweep here, and if they do successfully do it, I would be going to Twitter and I would try to make the holy name of UNT and Too Fast known throughout the entire community, because there is no greater potential comeback than what we have laid out in front of ourselves right now. A team who has been dominated rotationally and, well, in basically every other aspect too. I'm not even going to go into specifics, but for them to come back in this would be a monumental task. Truly, a Herculean effort is required, and a Herculean effort they might have in store here. Drip in a tough spot. Tritone, though, can't recenter that one for D-Bank.
Yeah, and if they are able to pull this out, I'll get Too Fast tattooed somewhere on my body. Just saying that right now. But it's going to be a tough task, and that's why, because Top Cheese doesn't need a lot of space. Gets a little flick there into the back post, and even with a save attempt, not going to be kept out.
And, well, like I mentioned, the big strength that UNC had going for them was the fact that it was a clean slate. That has since been cast aside. Well, I very much hope that this isn't a roller coaster down into the demise of North Texas in this game, but we shall see. Tritone shot off the bat here. That one's easily touched away by Top Cheese. Not going to let that kind of space and time go uncontested. Lucia out of the corner, double tap chance on target. Oh boy, Lucia, that is a heck of a shot.
And what I love about this even more is that Dark necessarily does the kind of risky play, but it's the right play. He's going to get an exit demo, so he goes for kind of an in-and-out save to try to get the deflection, but there's no deflection coming through because there's no backboard play. It's just a shot on target. That's a heck of an angle. Well worked from Lucia, putting in those hours, and now the results. Right back to a tie game, still within the first minute.
D-Bank almost the dunk there. Tritone up for this one. Maybe going for a flip reset on that. Either way, bit of a mix-up on that touch. Over to D-Bank now. Let's see, looking for these passing lanes. They might yet have a shot here. Lucia playing just a little bit too far back in the mid there. Saw the passing play potentially coming together, but they have to give respect to Stockton. And I will, in turn, respect that. Talked about it on the last series. You cannot be too careful when you're playing against players of this caliber.
No, not at all. One thing that I would like to see is a bit more faith on that. We saw D-Bank have a pass earlier. Lucia turned away from the play, but this time they're very much in the mix. Dark having to call him in last second, get a save. Tritone now left alone for a little bit. Flick over the top. Going to be deflected around, so D-Bank takes control in the mid. Oh, another build through. Pass one, pass two actually, but no 50 onto Top Cheese. Tritone will try and keep this attack going, but ultimately just going to flitter out into the midfield, and that will be over for UNT. But I like what I'm seeing right now. As long as the series can stay like this, no reason why things are gonna have to change here. Lucia, oh my goodness, almost having to call it into place. Demo plays almost making way for a lead goal here for Stockton.
Taco, I gotta be honest, the way you just said Lucia there was so full of malice. I'm gonna have to ask you to apologize.
It wasn't malice, it was just a gasp. I didn't know if they had that clear or not.
Like, what are you doing, Lucia?
Trying to trash me. Why are you trying to trash my rep with Lucia, this good man?
Hey, look, I'm just stating it how I see it, all right? I'm not trying to do nothing. In any case, they are still tied up here. So there's no problem here for UNT as of right now. Except for the fact that Lucia's just now been taken off the field. It's a corner. There's nobody around for Stockton just yet, but Dark will cut off D-Bank. Has the option of Top Cheese, excuse me. You can tell that I missed Too Fast, can't you? But in any case, little bit pushed back. I'm a little bit surprised that Stockton hasn't tried to really push for this chokehold on the UNT defense up so far in this game. We've seen efforts, I think, to try and move into that kind of position, but nothing successful as of yet.
And I'm not going to accuse Stockton of choking or getting a little anxious about this because they know they're just one game away, but they definitely have taken their foot off the gas. It doesn't seem nearly as efficient on offense. However, I think in no small part that's due to UNT playing with a lot more confidence and getting some nice follows through. D-Bank with his ceiling pinch, almost picking out that back corner, but not going to work out this time. Top Cheese pre-jumping this play. Lucia up quickly for it, so too as D-Bank, really stretching themselves thin on the back line, but as well as this execution can continue, no reason to be able to slow things down. Top Cheese, nice flip reset, Dark from an angle, Tritone, the pre-jump and the save. Keep it a minute with 70 seconds to go.
Who says that Tritone's not ready to perform? That was an amazing read on the last ball. Now Lucia in the 1v1 cannot flick it over top of Drip. There might still be a chance here. D-Bank did just get demoed. Nice flip reset from Tritone, but it cannot get on target. Back down the other way, Drip trying for the double tap, will not be successful. It actually gets a little bit in the way. Lucia gains credit for the save. I don't know how exactly that one played out, but one way or the other, the ball stays out of the goal. And as I like to say, it doesn't really matter what happened on the goal line. The only really important part is how, or excuse me, if it did or not cross the goal line. I will say UNT, they're in a bit of dire straits right now. Drip awkward with this ball possession. Lucia towards the mid, going for maybe additional contact, but you can see the track down there from Drip is just good enough. And UNT is very much scrambling to keep this one in control at basically every point of the game so far.
Ooh, D-Bank, they're trying to chase it down. That deflection, it's wide open for Tritone. Do they have a pass in the middle? D-Bank's trying to get there. Deflection might have one more in the tank for Stockton. Top Cheese into the middle. D-Bank into the corner. It's still alive, but it will finally touch the ground. Talk about improvements. We're going to overtime for the first time this series. UNT trying to keep their series hopes alive.
And oh boy, I sure hope that they can do it. Do I think it's going to happen? I don't think so, especially with Drip having that much space. But it was a gap closed by Tritone. That keeps UNT from suffering that shot against. Dark now up in the air looking for the redirect. Will be unsuccessful, but still back out to the mid. Lucia will be able to field this one away. They get away from the opening seconds. The musty flick here will not be good enough. And Top Cheese credited with a save. At this point, UNT just trying to stave off the complete sweep. Will they be successful? I do not know. But the way they've improved their gameplay so far in this game, it may well be possible.
Lucia's going to go really deep for that rotation, so that means D-Bank is all alone in the back. They're up to the task. It's going to be a clear. Lucia, half rotation. Top Cheese trying to lob it high. Tritone, a deep hit for Drip to follow. D-Bank, immediate follow. No one up for Stockton. Trying to play this passive. Don't know if that is the game plan, as they've struggled on defense a little bit with this resurgent UNT offense. We've gotten a minute in, and it seems like very neck and neck. This is kind of the even scoreline we were really anticipating. Two players commit for Stockton. Drip gets a save. D-Bank puts it through. One more game going on in this series. UNT staying alive.
And like I was saying, Taco, earlier on, all you gotta do is just win one game of Rocket League, and then admittedly, you gotta do that a couple of more times, but still, it's one step at a time, and the big advantage that UNT had going for them, right? It was the complete clean slate. It was the wipe off the scoreboard, any previous sins washed away for UNT, and they managed to turn it into a game. Look at that, and now they have the same exact opportunity in the next one.
Yeah, and this is what I was looking for out of UNT. They don't have a lot of shots. They're getting 9, but mostly those 9 are just throwing it on target, not necessarily a decisive shot, just kind of let's see what happens type of shot. And I will say Stockton was stopped dead in their tracks on a lot of those offensive opportunities. I mean, that go-ahead goal potentially for them was put away by Lucia, getting an in-and-out save, the squishy save to keep that scoreline level, keep their team alive. And I feel like the confidence is a little bit back. You saw Lucia have a breakaway. They could have done any with it, but they set up a musty flick. Get it with power. So even though it didn't work out and you might be wondering what's really the thought process there, that's a good thing for me. It shows that they're having fun out there. They're keeping it loose, and honestly, they only have to do that a few more times to be able to bring this series back. As we keep saying, it's improbable, but that possibility is always there, especially if you can replicate that last game's performance.
Yeah. Something that I always like to say about Rocket League as well is that there is one secret weapon that basically any team that is reasonably competitive in a situation can use to their advantage, and that is just have fun. Because at the end of the day, Rocket League actually does become quite the easy game if you just go out there and you say, you know what? I feel like we've already lost this one. I'm just going to go out there and I'm going to enjoy my time on the pitch. And you may very well start to see results, as a matter of fact. So UNT may well be finding themselves in that situation. Game number 5 now underway. A situation I don't think we ever expected to happen after seeing game number 3. But here we are. The tenacity proves enough to push North Texas into another situation where they're just simply fighting for their lives, but they are fighting.
So we'll be seeing a little bit of back and forth and some double commits coming through from Stockton. Tritone, no boost in the tank, but they're just enough to get a flick. Top Cheese taken over to the ceiling, and now another double commit, but this time on offense from Stockton. Drip keeping it alive. Top Cheese, no contact as they were almost waiting out a miss, but Tritone will not oblige. We're going back and forth, and it seems like we're going to continue with a nice run of form from North Texas. They're looking in control, and they're looking fairly even-handed here, minute into game number 5.
Doesn't seem that way. I'm a little bit shocked to see that a minute has already passed. But I am certainly not displeased to see that UNT are starting to hold their own just a little bit more commonly here. Get out on the attacking half here. They've got to defer over to Top Cheese. Tritone simply with no boost to approach that one. Again, it's just applying a little bit of pressure in the midfield, letting Stockton know that you are going to contest that should they give you the opportunity. That kind of speedy formation is quite important when it comes to high-level games like this. D-Bank looking for the redirect, just beaten out by Drip, but still the opportunity arose. They fall on the ball as well. Allows Lucia to try and recenter this, but not enough of a physical play to make it very playable on the cage. Still, though, again, it's the effort from UNT. They are certainly finding some sort of a strength. Even if it's just a little bit of a gap and very low chance of success, they're trying their best.
Yeah, and right now these challenges are really locking down Stockton. They're looking for these longer balls, but no longer are we seeing mistakes on the back half. It's really going to have to be earned passing plays. So, like Top Cheese, his aerial prominence is going to have to come in especially crucial for Stockton if they're going to close this game through. Because if North Texas is no longer allowing the simplistic kind of straightforward plays, you're going to have to go to the unorthodox. And that's something Stockton really hasn't had to do, as Dark waited a bit too long for my comfort to get that save. And we're right back out into mid, so Tritone. One more lob. That's a lot of space. He's got D-Bank in support. He will be found underneath the defender, and there's the lead.
And Stockton, I gotta be honest, like, ring, ring, hello, where is the defense at? Drip is just waiting so long for this one. Doesn't even realize that D-Bank is out there. And Top Cheese doesn't make the play either. I mean, you saw Dark try for the initial force. Drip wasn't there for it. Drip gets beaten out, and now there's no force for Top Cheese to make an easy play on that one. UNT, with Tritone leading the way there, that was a play and a half. But they're going to have to do a little bit better than that on the Stockton defense if they want to continue to take this series.
I think Stockton is kind of caught in game number 3 land, where they're thinking they're just dominating the series. They are nothing real too dangerous coming out from North Texas, so why should we have to pressure the ball? That's why, because Tritone, the sub, the player we were casting aspersions about, saying, can they live up to the hype? They are. They're picking out these passes and they're getting the job done. It's on Stockton now to perform. Granted, they only have a 1-goal deficit to make up, but this is a brand new North Texas team, and hopefully they can carry through with this victory. It's a brand new series. That's a tall order. D-Bank, another clear out to the mid.
Well, like I said, you know, when you're in a reverse sweep situation, you only have to win one game of Rocket League. If you just take that kind of mentality and try to extrapolate it, it could work out for you, but there's nobody back here. Tritone, not a chance. And it will be tied up now, Stockton. They want to put it away. And Taco, perhaps we've been singing the praises of UNC a little bit too much. We've just been baiting the caster's curse.
Well, of course we have, but at the end of the day, when this ball is lobbed up that long and you have a player go for it and say, I can't get it, it has to be on your other defenders to decide very quickly, is it valid for me to go for this, or should I just play the next tap? And you just have a very basic beat over the top that results in a goal. Stockton's not necessarily earning that one. It comes from a missed aerial and then a very late adjustment attempt, and that's just not going to work out for UNT. They're showing their older colors here. I want them to get back into form and make sure they're locking down these 50s. D-Bank getting just enough on that first one, but deflection will go through. Top Cheese, tough angle. Settle down for Tritone. Lucia to their side, but no boost in the tank will only result in a 50. D-Bank, slight tap into the corner, but ultimately will be given away. Under a minute to go. Whoever scores next very likely could be coming away with this game. Stockton, if it's them, they will be taking this series and moving on to the next round of this playoff bracket.
Drip trying to get something going here. It looks like Stockton are getting very impatient with their position right now. UNT is getting so much value out of their first man, and of course, right as I say that, D-Bank playing deferential in the mid. This could be their end if they're not careful. Lucia will be able to field it out to the corner. Top Cheese there for the challenge, but again, Lucia with the quality 50-50, the extra touch out to the midfield line. Force against Top Cheese. Not the greatest flip reset there. Tritone, bit of a 1v1, will become a 1v0 here for Drip, but they're still in dire straits. D-Bank the 50-50 win. This is still playable for UNT. And Top Cheese with the turnaround, maybe even looking for a double. No boost in the tank, no touch from Tritone, no touch from the last defender. 1 second to go, and Stockton leads.
Top Cheese, even if they're not scoring, they're setting things up. The respect from Tritone. D-Bank can't get the read. Lucia is in an unenviable position. They have 2 different players in the way trying to get it, and they both miss. I don't blame them for not being there in time. Who would expect that? Doesn't really matter. That is going to be the game. It will bounce down. Such a great effort coming out from UNT, and unfortunately, the triple commit and the triple miss is the way it's going to end.
That may be, but still, as you mentioned, it was truly a huge change of pace for these guys. And this is why we hold UNT in such high regard, is because, you know, they're playing with Tritone, who was kind of the emergency sub late in the season after an injury from Corrosive. But throughout the time that they've had him on the team, which is not long, mind you, I don't even think it's been a month so far, Tritone has already evolved in a major way as a unit of that team and as a player individually. And I think we even saw a massive change throughout this series. I mean, we saw Stockton, it was a 6-3 defeat, because they kind of led in a couple of goals at the end, but it was still a 6-3 defeat for UNT at the end of game 3. And at that point, I was basically thinking to myself, like, that's it, you know, it's going to be a sweep. Not so. They still managed to bring it back, and as I was saying before, they were putting so much value on their first man. They were saying, you know what, just go and try to screw up Stockton, because the last thing that we want is to give them any sort of space and time, and they can usually beat you man for man. You know, as much credit as I want to give to Lucia and D-Bank and Tritone, they are probably going to beat you man for man when it comes to playing against Top Cheese and Dark. But if you're just kind of getting in their face, saying like, oh, I'm going to make a challenge, and then I'm going to challenge you again just to screw you up and make you lose control of the ball, then it worked out very well, surprisingly enough. If UNT had come out with that kind of game plan earlier on, then who knows what could happen.
And I think this is somewhat of a nice introduction. I mentioned how this is a teaching aid type of game, but I think I'm even getting more out of this series than I initially thought I was. At first, I'm just thinking, well, this is how Stockton builds an attack, and this is where you really need to fix this stuff if you're UNT. But then down the stretch, it was really just a demonstration of what high-level Rocket League has become. You're dancing on this razor's edge of play where everything has to go smoothly, and the moment a bolt comes loose or you don't really take a touch really cleanly, everything goes wrong. UNT was in their only win there flawless. Everything was perfect. They're moving through cleanly. Even though their one goal was a somewhat acceptable giveaway from their side. But in the next game, they start to miss some touches. They don't get some aerials that they want. And then the very last game comes from just a ball that's hit just hard enough that no one's back for, that they can't get the clear out the backboard, they can't read it on the follow through, and the third man is nowhere to be found because they're still getting back. It's just these tiny mistakes that don't seem that bad, but at this level, it almost always results in a goal for the opposition. And Stockton, down the stretch, I think was just better at taking these opportunities in North Texas. So they're going to bow down into the lower bracket, and Stockton continuing on in the uppers. But certainly wish both those teams a lot of luck. I think we're still seeing that fair amount of resilience from both sides.
Oh, that's completely doubtless. I look forward to seeing how UNT performs in the lower bracket. I would not be terribly shocked to see them make quite the deep run, Taco. So I hope to see more and more life out of them. And like I was saying, you know, Tritone has made significant improvement. I think UNT as a whole have made significant improvement, what with only having him as the starting player, I guess now, obviously with Corrosive being out. As many times as I have to reiterate that, I will. But Tritone coming in as the replacement for Corrosive, just kind of been filling in that sub spot, you know, not really been a name in CRL, and now is really starting to come together. And that's really characteristic of anybody that shows up on the UNT squad. Before, it was Lucia coming in for Alex Storm, and everyone was like, oh, is UNT going to fall apart because they got a new third? No, they didn't. And then Corrosive came in for Too Fast, who had graduated, and we were all saying like, oh, is UNT going to fall apart because they have a new third? No, they didn't. In fact, they continued to perform at the top of the Western Conference. And I have to say that I feel like Tritone's going to be no different of a case there. So, very excited to see what they still have in store throughout this bracket. And if they get back into the uppers near like the grand finals, I think you can probably count on them to be even stronger than they're showing here today.
And I think, honestly, a lot of these games where I feel like a sub does come in or they're playing with a third that is not their normal starter, it's just about chemistry. How much work are you putting in with that player? Because when you look at the Too Fast, D-Bank, and Lucia of old, those are players that played every single tournament together. They play ranked together. They're constantly in scrims, and you just build this natural understanding of everything. But then, if you just suddenly swap a piece out, it's not the same because the playstyle is different. You have to learn tendencies. You have to know those things in kind of the latent idea of your teammate. And so if you're not able to get through onto that, it's a bit tough for that. And so when I'm looking at the real plays here for this Stockton team, I really am impressed by what I'm seeing. Their chemistry's flawless. They're going to go through the next round, and we'll be able to pick the brain of these players. But we're going to be talking about the LLS hero of the game as we dissect this past series. And every 180 seconds, someone is diagnosed with a blood cancer. And 40% of all pediatric cancers are blood cancers. Every blood cancer diagnosis, it turns lives upside down. When this happens, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society is here to help. Since 1949, LLS has invested more than $1.3 billion in research, pioneering many of today's most innovative approaches. They work tirelessly to find cures and ensure patients can access the life-saving treatments that they need. When someone experiences the fear and uncertainty of a cancer diagnosis, LLS provides hope, compassion, education, and support. So, just like LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, the LLS hero of the game represents the player who made the biggest impact in the match played, whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most. Today's LLS hero of the game is Dark, joining us on the phone from Stockton University. Dark, how are you feeling after that victory going on to the next round?
Hey, what's going on? Feeling good? Ready to get our next game underway. I think that's tomorrow.
Well, I mean, looking to the future, obviously, quite the deserved win. Everybody obviously has been talking about the big deal with Tritone coming onto the UNT team, but you guys looked incredibly solid, even playing with Drip out there on the field today. Of course, he's a quality player in his own right. I do have to ask, for one, are you going to be fielding Drip for tomorrow? And if so, are you still feeling confident moving into the next match? Because I feel like the answer is probably yes, but I just want to get your take on that.
Yes. I mean, we're more than confident playing with Drip either way. He's a really good player to have. But we're gonna be playing with Bussy tomorrow. He's out today, so that's why we're playing with Drip. Yeah, we'd be confident either way though. Drip plays on a lot of tourneys for us, and we're always grateful to have him there to step up for us and everything.
And so when we see Drip come in, and I'm always really admire programs that have that depth in how they play, and that you can just swap Drip in. And you're not saying, oh, okay, we're going to have to really carry this game or something. Nope, it's just swapping in another piece of the puzzle, and we'll be able to get it done. So this series really was smooth for you guys, and it felt like the chemistry was there. Did you feel like the game kind of got away from you in that game number 4 where you dropped one, or was that just UNT playing extraordinarily well?
I think that they were definitely playing a little bit better. I think we were kind of having a little bit of fun with that game. To keep it real, we were kind of, trying to score some aesthetically pleasing goals, try to get some clips and stuff like that. So
I don't think I've ever heard a more professional way of someone saying that we were trying to clip on them. But there you go. That's just the way that it is. And of course, you said that you were feeling confident moving forward here in the bracket. I mean, let's talk long term now. Obviously, you guys are going to have to end up playing off against some of the strongest teams that we know and love in both the East and the West. With a team like yourself, I expect you to go very, very far in the bracket. Northwood, obviously, with their new roster revamp of late, and Bay State also being in the bracket. What are your thoughts on those two teams? Have you been scrimming with them at all? Do you feel confident moving into those games? Because obviously you guys have made huge names for yourselves recently.
yeah, no, we don't really scrim against them. Obviously they're good teams. They're two full ride schools. They're on scholarships. They're getting they're getting their money for going to the school and playing there. So they're definitely really good. Just from playing against them, we're confident that we could beat anybody on our day. Just kind of who's playing better on the day, and maybe a little bit of peak to beat them. I would say that Bay State is probably my least favorite team to play against, though. out of the top teams. But we're confident we could beat anybody. We're trying to make a good run and win the tourney.
And that's actually something that you brought up that I was actually about to ask you about that, so I'm glad you brought it up. A team like Bay State, which I've heard very similar comments, they're a very annoying team to play against. It's something irritating. What about their play style is tough for you to counter? And really, I mean, obviously I'm not digging into your strategy too much to kind of show in your hand, but when you play a team that is just constantly in your face and under pressure, like what are the comms like for you guys to really overcompensate on that? Because this game felt like you were a bit more casual. Looking forward in this tournament, are you anticipating really having to focus up and said a little bit of peak required to be able to take these teams down?
Yeah, of course. I think that against the Northwood and Bay State teams, especially, you have to play your very best. Playing against a team like Bay State, since you asked, what's annoying about them is they all have very good mechanics, and they don't really play like the classic type of play style. They're just cutting each other off, like just air dribbling, like going for flip resets from their own corners and stuff. It's just like, it's really honestly frustrating to play against. It's a good play style for them, but I just don't like playing against it personally.
I gotta say, I feel it might be a little bit ironic for you to be saying, "Oh, they have really good mechanics," because you got Top Cheese and yourself and Butsy on that roster. You guys have shown off some pretty cool stuff as well. And I mean, as you were saying, you were looking for aesthetically pleasing goals in that last game. So
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like pot calling the kettle there, but we are going to ask you just real quick if you want to give any shout outs. The floor is yours for this last little bit. Anything you want to say to the fans?
Yo, shout out to my teammates, of course, Trey and John, top and Trip, who I played with today. Shout out to Bus. I know you're in New York, bro. Had to take the fat dope for you real fast. Shout out to anybody who's watching that knows me. Love you all, bro.
All right, well, yeah, thanks for hopping on, Dark, and I wish you much success here in the near future.
Thank you. Talk to you later. After next round.
After next round, indeed. He's already anticipated the next W. I mean, team like Stockton, they're not going to go down to the lower or be knocked out in the next round or two. They're confident with themselves, and I can't really deny them that at all after that. So good job from Stockton getting significant W's, and that's going to be something that, again, we're just seeing a very good team on display. So, of course, got to thank the people that make these things available to us. We got another shout out to one of these sponsors here for the NACE Collegiate Star League action. It is Gunner Optics. They have these new glasses coming out. They are blue light filtering glasses. If you guys have ever played games for too long, you start to get a headache, and maybe your eyes get strained, that's where Gunner comes in. They are #1 in the industry for setting up gaming glasses, essentially, to be able to filter that blue light, help to regulate your sleep cycle a bit, and also be able to keep your eyes fresh and healthy for longer gaming sessions. They have adult gaming, and also you have Gunner Youth, which you can buy for people ages 4 to 8 or also 8 to 12. So any member of your family, if they're really staring at a lot of screens, always nice to have Gunner in your back pocket to be able to have these glasses. Keep yourselves healthy while you're still gaming those long hours.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about this. There is a lot of different options, too. But I will say that Gunner Optics, they can't really help if you're getting a little bit of a strain from watching your teammates throw every game. So I will make that disclaimer. But they do have a lot of different options for blue light blockage. They've got Clear, which blocks 35%, Amber blocks 65%, Sun blocks 90%, and Amber Max, which is 98% blue light blockage. I'm just going to reiterate that 98%. That's basically what you kind of expect to see on like a hand sanitizer, I guess, like, 30 years ago? It's 98% germ killing, but still, they got some amazing products. So I gotta say, huge shout out to those guys as well. I know that we talked about before, but Achieves, I believe even uses Gunner Optics as well. So just take it from him. He's a professional RLCS caster dude, man, and he uses Gunner Optics. There's no substitute.
And of course, if you would like to pick those up, definitely look for those panels above, and also make sure you Google them. You're able to get them from a wide variety of vendors, but particularly I used to work in a research lab that was all about sleep psychology, and a lot of it has to do with blue light and its effect on sleep cycles. So if you find yourself gaming those DGen hours and you find yourself staying up really late because you're looking at your phone, you're looking at all these different screens, it's all that blue light suppressing that melatonin, not allowing you to actually have a restful night's sleep, doze off into that sleep cycle. So make sure you get some Gunner Optics to make sure that your next gaming session or just your everyday life is free of those hassles muscles and you're able to continue on and get some peaceful slumber, avoid that eye strain, avoid those migraines, all those lovely things. So again, thank you to Gunner Optics and of course all of our lovely sponsors for bringing us such a nice broadcast. But unfortunately, that's going to do it, at least for us here on Rocket League. Squid, of course, always lovely to join me in the booth. But for all you guys who are esports fans out there, we are not done yet. We're going to throw you guys over to Call of Duty here for some more playoffs here for NACE Collegiate Star League esports action.
Folks, welcome back to the NACE Starleague playoffs. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Jesse. We're here to bring you the Call of Duty start to the playoffs in this round number 1. Jesse, everything's got to start somewhere. This is going to be it. How are you doing?
It's playoff time. I mean, how do you think
Oh, yeah.
I'm doing? I'm doing fantastic. I'm so ready to see more upsets happen in NACE. We saw just a small glimpse of what we could possibly see in the playoffs last week in the conference plans and in our conference championships, and I couldn't be more excited to get into the playoffs today.
Neither could I. I mean, speaking of this, everybody watching still over from the Rocket League, we had some crazy games over there. But before we get into the Call of Duty, I have to tell you a little bit about MetaFi. So if you're looking for an online platform that allows players to learn and play with some of the best players in the world, go check out MetaFi, where they grant players a private one-on-one coaching session with elite coaches across a variety of games, including Call of Duty. And like I said, if you're still tuning in, Rocket League as well. So that's going to be an awesome feature for that. But it has a powerful replay viewing tool. So that allows you and your players to submit past matches for review by the best in the game and get annotated feedback frame by frame. So everything's looking good over on MetaFi. If you check out MetaFi, use code CSL at checkout. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, CSL15 at checkout for 15% off. You yourself and your team can get that level up in the playoffs for CSL, for any league that you're in, or maybe some regular season matchups. So go check out MetaFi. It's a great tool to have, but let's get into the action right now for Call of Duty, Jesse, because like you said, it's playoff time, baby, and we have hot matchups to go through. So why don't you talk to me a little bit about the playoff format that we have?
Yeah, so I mean, we have a 12-team bracket, obviously starting off in our winners bracket, which will then fall down towards a losers bracket as well, eventually concluding all the way to our grand finals, which will be in December. I can't exactly remember the date off the top of my head. I believe it's either December 4th or 5th is our grand finals day. And once that grand finals comes through, it'll be it could possibly be a two double best of 5 grand final because we have that lower bracket. So all exciting stuff. And I mean, just looking at our bracket right now, we have some crazy round 1 matchups. I mean, we don't have them on stream today, unfortunately, but UCF Knights and the SEU Hilltoppers going up against each other. Who else was going up? Illinois State, ASU, 2 incredible schools, and we're seeing all these 9-0 teams from the regular season having to play up against each other because we had 4 9-0 teams lose in the conference championships, which was just something that was absolutely absurd to see. And I mean, I don't think that we're short of any types of upsets that we're about to see throughout the rest of the playoffs this year.
I totally agree with you. And just speaking about undefeated teams, well, one team in particular was able to dethrone an undefeated team. If we take a look at our head-to-head for the day, we get to witness that team right now. The Minnesota State of Mankato University up against Utica College. Well, the Mavericks over there on the left, they have made quite the turnaround from number 3 seed going into their playoffs, moving into the playoffs at number 1. What a big turnaround for this team, Jesse. Talk to me a little bit about this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this like kind of like you said, Minnesota State Mankato have absolutely turned their season around. They were 7-2 coming into the playoffs and beat out 2 very good teams in Northwood, and I can't remember the other team right off the top of my head, but it was a fantastic matchup last week. It was Illinois State last week that they were able to take down as well to take that number 1 seed in the Midwest Division, become the number 6 seed overall coming into playoffs. And I said it in the big recap that you may have been able to catch on CSL's Twitter, but I honestly think that this team could be the biggest dark horse coming into the playoffs right now. We really don't know fully what we're going to get for them against top teams, but what we know is that they can stand there and they can compete against those teams. Now, in the other case, we have Utica College coming in. Utica, they had a very rough season as well. They were the number 2 seed coming out of their division, but unfortunately for them, in their division, they had St. Clair, and it's very tough to take on that St. Clair team. They went 10-0 in total of the regular season and the play-ins. Utica was able to lose to them twice. It's been kind of just rough matches for them. And every other match, it really feels like in that division was kind of against lesser opponents. So very interested to see what we're going to see out of Utica when they kind of come up against somebody who's more their level.
Very interested indeed. Let's take a look at the map set for this best of 5, Jesse, because this is looking to shape up a little bit towards the Maverick side. We start on Apocalypse Hardpoint in that map number 1. We move to Standoff, Search and Destroy. And the third map of the day, if this does end in the third map, it's going to be Garrison Control. However, if we get pushed to the rest of it, Checkmate, Hardpoint, Raid, Search and Destroy. I want to pick your brain a little bit on these two teams going into this map set for the best of 5, because I already stated it. I mean, there's a strong map set for the Mavericks, being a very heavy submachine gun team, but also showing us last week against the Redbirds that the assault rifle players, they can step up to the plate when they're really needed to. So talk to me a little bit about Utica College, because we haven't really been able to see them that much. They definitely are the underdogs of the story. What do they need to do to take down this Mavericks roster?
That's not something that Minnesota's used to saying, is that the other team that they're playing against is the underdog coming into the match.
It's not.
Especially after the last 2 matches. But Utica, I love that question, because what can they really do to kind of come out on top in this series? And I think the answer for them is their Search and Destroy. They're a 9-1 Search and Destroy team all season long. It's been their best mode in terms of just being able to find constant success throughout the season. Now, saying that, I don't know if that's going to be the case and they're going to be able to take both Search and Destroys off of Minnesota State, because Minnesota has just been so on top of their game the last couple of weeks. I think the big thing for Utica, though, is they need to stick to their strengths. They need to find a way to win both the searches. Control will probably be another mode that is going to be a mode that they need to be able to take over, because if you look over all map counts, they do technically have a better map record in Control as well over the likes of Minnesota State, University of Mankato. So if they can find a way to take the 2 S&Ds in the Control, maybe take the series like that, but I do think it's going to be a very, very tough for them to take a hard point off this Minnesota State team.
And we were talking a little bit about last week, this Minnesota team playing against the Redbirds over in Illinois State, and honestly taking down an undefeated team that stayed at the top all season long to get to where they are now. Now, moving into the playoffs, it's going to be a question mark at what I see, because over the last 2 weeks, we've had the Minnesota State of Mankato on stream, Jesse, and we've seen 2 different rosters fielded. At the start, we had Spear Up on there, and it was a good team. You know, they came out on top and pushed themselves into the conference finals of their division. But then they put Bladesy in, and Bladesy comes in and blows away this competition. So a big question on my mind is, which team are we going to be fielding tonight when you're looking at the Minnesota State of Mankato, and is that going to affect the game?
Yeah, it's a great question, because I really don't know who's going to be able to come out on top, and we're not sure who's going to come in to this series. But what I do know is we're heading in towards our first matchup of the day, our first matchup of our full-on playoffs here, and we're going to see Minnesota starting off in the blue, Utica in the red on the left-hand side. And if Minnesota can find a way to get off to a really, really good start here, it's going to be a scary sight for this Utica College team.
Jack, come on, it's playoffs time, baby. Get hyped. We got Minnesota State of Mankato, Utica College, and Apocalypse Hardpoint. Things gonna get any better right now. T-Bam's gonna be soaking up this time with Spear Up, taking over that spot of Bladesy like we were talking about. And you can already see those orange arrows trying to dethrone these players at the back of the map, flip these spawns out. Jalen's the only one out here sitting on an island. Is gonna walk away with Noah. So T-Bam is gonna have to disengage from his podium, look to clean him up, and he does. So a successful rotation of these hills, and the fact that Utica still collecting this time, this is a big start to the map.
Well, I'm a big liar, actually, Colin, and I lied to you and I lied to all the viewers, because our names are flipped on the board right now. So this is actually Minnesota who has been able to flip these spawns, and they're the team who was able to get a good amount of time here on the first hill, and now looking to string this into hill number 2. But they do get a spawn out in player number 5, so they need to find a way to kind of reinforce this back spawn area. Noah finds 2, but he will fall, and that's going to give the spawns in the back to Minnesota State, or sorry, to Utica College, and now Utica has a good chance to be able to pinch on this hill.
Well, here comes the retake as the kills come through. Jalen's able to find one. That's a free kill onto Y-Dog. A complete seamless break at the front of the hill. Polish Prince is going to clean up Noah, and that is going to be now Utica College looking to soak up this time inside hill 2 off screen. Big rotation battle here when Frenzy's on your screen. Can he pick up this exit? Is going to find Spear Up. Trade on his back. 2 kills go the orange way, but one of them, it's a team kill from T-Bam. So it is going to weaken this take to retake that point 2. And you can see that Minnesota State of Mankato, they are putting a heavy focus here on hill 3.
It's a great play here from Utica College too, because that break is everything. It brings them straight back into this game, and like you said, Minnesota State, they're going to make their full-on rotation over towards the next hill. With about 10 seconds left on that hill, they just decided, hey, you know what, let's throw one more body at it. No sense in really investing too much more than that, because we need to make our rotation over towards the new hill. It's exactly what they do, but not really working out for them so far. Utica finds 3 more in the feed, and they're able to get right back in towards the new hill. And so, I mean, they don't rotate early, but they're still being rewarded.
It's another clean break. Now in the hill, Mankato losing out on their lead. Jalen is going to find that kill on the spear up around the outside, and you see these Mankato arrows looking to get their way into it, but taking a lot of 1-on-1s right now, and they are losing in the trades. If you look at the split spawn right now out of Mankato, this rotation battle, again, it's going to be big. It's going to find one, but Spear Up on the team kill, again, weakening this backline, weakening the rotations from Hills, and it's costing Mankato, Jesse.
And they would have had 2 players in the back to be able to try to fight that rotation, but instead, because of that team kill coming in, like you said, they'll only have 1 player in the back. They end up falling, now forced to try to hit and reinforce this hill from the front, the harder side to hold this hill from. So far, so good, though, as they find a few kills in the kill feed. And you can see, actually, they're putting a ton of pressure on that left-hand side, and a beautiful read from Noah to read those spawns coming in immediately. Finds 2 inside the hill, and this is actually just a perfect play out of Minnesota State Mankato.
Hop, skip, and a jump, and they're right back into it now. You look at the mini map, and you can see that Utica College are looking for the heavy rotation around the outside. Spear Up and Noah, they double down for 2. Jalen's going to drop in the front. That's a full 3 down. If they find Polish friends, that is going to completely secure the back of the map for the rotation from Hill 4 to 5. But I like this call from Polish friends. He is going to stay alive for a little bit. Peaks a little bit too far out. Spirit has his number, and you can see Utica College, they understand the situation. They're going to rotate to this last hill, and they're going to try to hold this oncoming onslaught.
Problem is, though, there still is 1 player there for the likes of Minnesota State. I speak a little bit too soon, though, as Frenzy finds that kill in the back, and they're actually doing a great job of just zoning everybody right now on Minnesota State Mankato out. And look how far away these red arrows are spawning. They need to travel the entire distance across the map right now just to try to get a crack back into this hill. And we've already burnt 20 seconds off the clock. Beautiful start to this hill from Utica.
Yes, you are. You can see how far away from this hill Mankato are spawning. Frenzy, a big one-on-one on the outside, finds Y-Dog. You do have this collapse right on the edge right now. No dog, no ruse, gonna fall. Spear Up the trade, nade into the hill to weaken this retake, and Y-Dog from the top ropes. Polish is gonna drop now. Here we go, the flood on in for the last little bit of scrap time. T-Bam's gonna fall out the hatch. Y-Dog drops on in, a little bit of a hello to Divin. Finally, the break comes in, but only for about 10 seconds.
Get the break, but honestly, at what cost? Because when you're looking over at the new hill, Utica is on that right-hand side, exactly where they want to be as we head in towards hill number 1 and hill number 2. It's the right place to be at the right time. Although Minnesota State, they will get back inside this new hill now. They can try to reinforce this from the front. They actually do force a spawn into 2 of the Utica players. So now the full focus right now from Minnesota, they want to push forward. They want to try to spawn the rest of the players on Utica on that left-hand side. But as they push forward, all the kills in the kill feed right now going towards Utica.
Yes, they are. I mean, you see 2 straight for both Polish and Divin. Holding 2 opposite sides of this map. Watching the route on the outside. Polish looking to lock down this rotation from Hills 1, 2, 2. But since we're in this next set of rotations, Jesse, I mean, this is very impressive out of this Utica College team. A team that I didn't expect to go toe-to-toe with this Mankato squad, but I can see that not having Bladesy in this roster, I mean, Spear Up, I'm not saying he's having a bad game. He is up there in the slaying potential, but you can see a little bit of a disconnection between these Mankato players. They are definitely not on the same page like we saw last week.
Well, I mean, let's be honest though, Spear Up is the normal 4th, right? Like last week, Bladesy was the fill-in, and he did some great things. But you know that they're going to want to go into the playoffs with their normal 4-man roster. That's why you see Spear Up right back in. And I mean, he's like you say, he's not having a necessarily bad game. I wouldn't say the team by themselves right now are having a necessarily great game together either. So I can't really put full blame on a Spear Up here. He's doing his best. We'll see what they can do in the rest of the series, but Utica is just playing at another level right now. They're finding so many breaks when they need to. They're holding on to spawns constantly over and over again. And with this hill here, if they're able to find the remaining time here, and it looks like they are, because at some point you got to expect that Mankato is just going to end up giving this hill up. And they're going to be masking right around 200 points, and they should have around a 60-point lead going into hill 3 here.
And talk about Utica turning up the dial. Frenzy 22 and 17 here for Utica, really leading, spearheading this team to the lead now, going into this 3rd rotation distilled. So you can see the full setup from Mankato. Last time the Mavericks got broken seamlessly. Here, Frenzy throws up a couple shots. Y-Dog's going to find one. Still the snap onto Y-Dog. Div's going to find, team nade! And they both drop out of that. You can see how far this Utica College team is spawning out. Spear Up bites off a little bit more than he can chew, but Dog's in a good position to really cut off these players. Looking the wrong way here. Finally going to turn around. Jalen's going to find one. Frenzy in the back line, but it's all Dog in this hill right now. Can he turn up for his team? Frenzy's going to get the shots. The collapse from Jalen. Nice team play out of the two.
That's crazy too, because Frenzy spawns up in the back, but doesn't even make an impact on that push there. It's just a complete bully from the front. Utica just bullies their way in towards that hill, and nobody on Minnesota State can really do anything about it. And if they want to win this game, they're going to need to find a way to hold on and break and not be broken on some of these hills, because right now it just feels like it's a Utica break fest over and over again. And that's really just how this game has gone. No, the last time we came to this Turtle Hill, this is where we saw Minnesota State really be able to bring themselves right back into this game. But with a 4-man setup, it's going to be a lot harder to break this hill this time through.
Yeah, Dog in the back line. Jalen has his call. You see it setting up to break this crossfire. Given the first be out. Polish Prince, Noah finds 2. Now Frenzy all alone on the hill. A 3K right now for Noah Rue. Allows Spear up to get into the hill. Look for a little bit more, but in retaliation, Utica College right back into this. Excellent hold from these Mankato players. 30 seconds still to be gained. They could considerably cut this lead, but Frenzy getting that split spawn. He was able to disrupt this hill for a short amount of time. You can see that this is going to be going to this 5th hill, and a lot of these Utica players, they want to end it on this 5th hill.
Jalen is a sneaky bugger right now, just hiding in the back towards one of the main spawn points for the 5th hill. He's just waiting there right now for the rest of his teammates to kind of come off spawn. He can just sit in this area. If he finds 1 or 2 kills, he should influence these spawns to go into the state of the Utica. It will be very, very tough for Minnesota to be able to bring themselves back into it afterwards. Him just having his presence there is enough for the rest of the players on Utica to push from the front, find their way into this hill, and once again we see a huge break there from Utica.
Frenzy, another one now. 10 seconds left for Utica to put this down. Polish Prince watching these rotations. Noah has cut the lines, but Frenzy off the respawn. He's going to shut this down, and nobody's going to have the potential to touch into this hill. It's going to be Utica College walking away with map number 1 in this best of 5. Completely upsetting a lot of predictions here out of the two of us, and taking a really big map now off of the hands of Minnesota State University of Mankato. That's a map that I would have never expected this SMG-driven team to drop. I mean, you can see even in this best play, Noah Rue was on it. These teams were on their table, dropping kills left, right, and center. They just weren't able to successfully hold a hill, and they were really losing that objective.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look over that entire game there and you're looking at Utica and you're wondering why they won this, because, well, we very much so came into this fully expecting Minnesota to take both hard points. This is very surprising to see Utica come out. I mean, not a bad hardpoint team by any means, finishing the season at 8-3, but I was not expecting to see Utica come out here and take this map number 1. But when you're looking at the overall state of things, they broke P2 on the first set of rotations. They broke P3 and P5 all on the first set of rotations. Head into the second set, they hold P2 early, they break P4 early, and they break P5 early. It's once you're breaking that many hills on early setups for Minnesota State, I mean, it's hard not to win a hard point at that case. Utica, as good as they played in that game, that was just a kind of a fumble at the bag as well from Minnesota State University. They need to do a better job holding on to hills, especially if we do get towards our second hard point and that checkmate hard point, because you know how impactful some of those money hills on that map can be. So if they can't find a way to hold hills against this Utica team, Utica is just going to run over them in this series.
And this is a very, very interesting underdog story from Utica College. I mean, you come into the playoffs now off of a forfeit win from Ryerson University to get to that conference final. You get smoked by St. Clair, and now you really need to step up to the plate to show your potential in the playoffs, and they do exactly that here on Apocalypse. And I know you're calling it a little bit of a fumble from the side of the Mavericks, but I have to say that I was impressed in the team play out of Jalen and Frenzy, the both of them working together to break these hills. And you can't count out a player like Divin. He was right on par with Frenzy in that slang category, making sure that he was always following up with that hill. The 1-2 punch was successful enough to get Mankato out of these hills constantly. And when you're playing an objective like that, this is completely throwing me through a loop. And what we're going to be seeing now, moving into standoffs for a map number 2, a map we haven't seen the Mavericks on yet, Jesse's, and going into a 9-1 record for Search and Destroy, I can see Utica College in a very comfortable spot.
Yeah, Utica has been a very good search and destroy team all season long. But I think the big thing when you're looking at Utica is yes, they're going to be very good at search here, but also when we look at Minnesota, we saw them last week. They took both searches in that series in the full game 5 that we saw them against the likes of Northwood, and then last week even I believe they took them both of them, or they lost the one, sorry, in last week's series to Illinois. So kind of what are we going to see this week out of Minnesota State, I think, is more so the question that we should be focusing towards now, is because we've seen this team, we've seen flashes of brilliance in search and destroy, and we've also seen them not look so great in search and destroy. Now here comes the kind of the rough case for them, is if they wanted to win this series simply off just respawn, that's not going to be the case anymore, is because Utica's taken one of them. So they need to now find a way to take a mode off of Utica's best, and you got to think the best way to do that is kind of just slow things down, play towards their own game here. And I love this map pick actually kind of out of Utica as well, because we really haven't seen much of Minnesota State on this standoff on standoff search and destroy either. We've seen a lot of them on Express, we've seen them on Raid quite a bit as well, but not really so much on standoff. So this could be a little bit different of a sight to see from this Mankato team.
So where does this start in this map number 2? For Mankato, it's the First Blood category. Obviously, a map like Standoff, it's quite large. I mean, it works in a diagonal angle for the map, and a lot of this attacking map control is going to come through those First Bloods on the street statue. And if these ARs, like we saw last week, we've seen Mankato's ARs step up to the call when they were playing on Checkmate for that hard point. And if they can do the same thing here on Standoff, find those First Bloods, it's going to allow a player like Noah, who was making pretty flashy plays over in Apocalypse. It's going to give him a lot of space to move throughout the map, find that real estate, get in behind and be a real nuisance. So if I'm looking at the Minnesota State University of Mankato, the Mavericks, they really need to find those First Bloods, open this up, because you saw it yourself back in that Apocalypse. They were having trouble holding these hills, and if they are going to go put that bomb down in a 4-on-4, I think Frenzy and Divin might be able to break those hills, or this objective once again here in map number 2.
Yeah, and Utica's coming into this with a lot of confidence now, just knowing how many times they were able to easily break in that Apocalypse hardpoint. Yes, it's a rambunctious mode where things can kind of get out of hand quickly. Maybe that was the case for Mankato in that game, but it doesn't take away from how good Utica looked throughout that map number 1. And you're not wrong at all. You can take a lot of things away from that map 1 and kind of apply it in towards standoff search and destroy, in the way that once a bomb goes down, if you are in a 4v4 or a 3v3 situation, Utica's going to come into that with full confidence with the way that they were able to break consistently. Like I said, I called out 3 different hills that you saw full setups for Mankato in back-to-back sets of rotations where Utica was just able to easily break in. It wasn't even like it was heavily contested. It was like one kill would go Mankato's way, the rest would go Utica. And if they can continue on that trend, I mean, Utica should be able to take the search and destroy.
It's going to be a big map number 2. I mean, we considered this Utica College a 2-5 team, which means those search and destroys are definitely going to be on their plate to take. And if they lose the search and destroy, just like how Mankato lost that hard point, it is going to turn this series on a dime. Are we going to go in even into this controller? Is Utica going to take it 2-0? Let's hop into standoff to see exactly what we're going to get. Up and on board with as Utica College on the attack, even with bomb in hand. It is going to be making a quick dash through this courtyard. You can see through this X-ray Y-Dog sitting in that archway, watching the cross 2A. But really, just Utica College, they have a big presence in this courtyard. If they can slip in, they might be able to catch Y-Dog in a pinch.
Yeah, and MNSU is putting a lot of focus on trying to hold down this A side, but there's no presence over towards A right now at all. So I think they need to realize that and try to back up as much as possible here. Try to get another body over towards B, because if they allow this just to come through, this should be a pretty easy break onto the hill from Utica once they spot out that there are no players over here.
Y-Dog, a little bit aggressive, is going to drop now. First Bloods should open up this map here. T-Bam looking for the trade. Unfortunate timing there. It's going to get back in. Frenzy catches him off. Now 2 down for this retake. What are you going to do? Both players stuck at this A site. So they're going to have to work together to bring this back in a 2v3. Divin inside of Delhi. Just on the edge. Spear up spots him. Craig, not the gun that you want to have, and you can see that Divin is just running circles around that Noah. Back into the mix. Divin's going to find him. Goes for the second one. Diamante able to get that kill, but 21 seconds now in a 2v1. Both players know exactly where Spearup's going to be coming from. Jalen's going to spot him from that tank, and that's going to be a Utica College round 1.
It's really tough, too, because Spearup could have found the timing there and forced us into a 2v2, but he kind of no trigger discipline at all in that situation, and unfortunately just loses out in that gunfight, giving easy way to his opponent of knowing where he is inside that deli shop, and it just made it that much easier for the Utica to be able to close that round out. And honestly, very clean first offensive round out of Utica. I mean, what we expect from a 8-1 search and destroy, or sorry, a 9-1 search and destroy team. They've been in their best mode all year long, like we've been saying. So, if they can continue on this type of success, this is where this team really starts to shine.
There's
A beautiful first
blood.
blood.
That's T-Bam opening the map shut, though. Frenzy shuts the door. Now look at this setup here. Very aggressive out of Divin on the tractor. Nobody's going to see him. Spots Y-Dog. Did he spot the second? Doesn't matter. T-Bam not even paying attention there. Free kill for himself. Goes for a second. The trade is there. Take a look at your mini-map. Look at player number 4, Frenzy. He has slipped all the way into the spawn undetected. If Spirit can find this kill, it's going to be huge, but he is getting terrible timing right now. There's the nade fallen, or Jalen's going to find it. Now Spirit Ball alone, they know where he is. The collapse out of the boat, the crossfire's there. Frenzy should clean this one up. And there it is.
Utica is just picking them apart right now. Just found small little bits and small little openings, and even the first blood this round goes to T-Bam off the start. But Frenzy, like, you cannot allow Frenzy to trade that right there. That is a terrible situation. You cannot allow a submachine gun across the map to find your trade and put you into a 3v3. Because imagine if they have a 4v3 going onto that A site. It makes that push so much easier. Instead, now you let Frenzy get in behind, forces you into a 2v2, and just Utica breaks into the hill. They just bully their way on. They still had all their utility left in their pocket in terms of stuns and nades, and it just made their lives that much easier when trying to retake that bomb site.
The Mavericks going for a gamble this time around, Jesse. Stacking 3 towards the A site. I mean, player number 7 still has the watch in case somebody is going to cross onto that B bomb, but I mean, Spirit really in no position to cancel and deny that bomb if it does happen. He's going to have to provide that information to T-Bam to rotate out of that alleyway. Another...
There's just so many players stacked over at A right now. And I mean, they did this in the first round. It didn't really work out too well for them. You can see player 7 is trying to make his way over towards B, but Noah might get caught off in a bad spot here once again. These 2 players on A, it's vital that they stay alive right now.
Indeed so. A slow progression here. Bomb going down. T-Bam. The nade blocked by a trophy system. Is he going to spot this? Frenzy again in the double down from Polish Prince. Immediately 2 out of the picture for Minnesota State of Mankato, and they are getting picked apart again here in round number 3. Spear up in a 1v4. What can he do? Looking to make some noise here. Spots out Polish. That's first down. We can see now these blue arrows, they are collapsing. Divin's going to put a pin in that round. 3 in a row here from Utica College on standoff search and destroy. And it all started here. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe what we're seeing out of this team right now. Utica College, they have turned up the dial right now. And once again, playing off some just phenomenal team play and trust, they have really opened my eyes to the potential that they have here in playoffs.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, maybe we just haven't seen the best out of Utica College because unfortunately, kind of the 2 times that we've seen this team, we've seen them go up against St. Clair, who we know is the #1 seed right now coming into playoffs. So kind of understandable if they get beat by them. But now coming into this one, they're taking on Minnesota State and kind of giving them the works right now. It was a very good first map from them. And so far, so good here in the second map. Noah's going to get aggressive, though, through the middle of the map in this round, be able to find that first blood. And now they're going to try to work a plant over towards this B site. And it definitely is open right now. If they can find a way to get the setup in there and kind of set up somebody over top of the bomb planter the way that Frenzy sits for Utica, I don't see a reason why this bomb can't go down.
And that being frenzied down, that's a lot of pressure off their backs. You know, you don't have to worry about that overextension really happening here. As you see the collapse towards A. Divin holding a cheeky angle right here. Might be able to get the better of Noah. Spots him, but just the shoulder peek is going to call for a second. Still finds the kill onto Noah, but 2 immediate picks from T-Bam is going to put them in a 1v3 here. Finally in the running for a round on the board. And Jalen, all the way deep inside of Hay, is going to have to make one miraculous play to pull this back to make it 4 in a row for his squad. 30 seconds to work with. T-Bam's going to spot him, 51 HP, and no avenue into this site, Jesse.
One thing I found hilarious about this round is that Spire on the entire round was just sitting on Optic Van, just watching over that entire lane because they did not want to get flanked again the way that Frenzy was able to do in round number 1. They will find that final kill. and be able to take their first round here. But that's a big point and a really, really big map adjustment that we saw from them coming in from those first 3 rounds. They kind of sit a player back over towards that van on the right-hand side of the map, and they can watch that entire lane. You know that nobody's flanking you from gas, and that just puts so much more kind of confidence in the rest of the Minnesota players to be able to push forward, get that bomb down over towards the A side. I thought for sure they were going to hit out B there, but instead they backed it up. They moved over towards A. Might not have been the best choice, but they do get the round win out of it all.
Here we go. Round number 5. Can the Mavericks close the gap? Dog's going to go back into the archway as we hop into this POV. T-Bam getting a lot of information. That's even more. Right over the half wall. It's going to give the information to player number 7, Spear Up. Made out the window. Catches Frenzy, and that's called to get out of there. You got what you needed. Job well done. Just stay alive in the back here. Spear Up another fight here. Polish Prince. Shots are shaky, but through the wall. He is going to find a second one, Jesse. Finally cleaned up by Jalen for the trade, but the damage has been done, and the rotations are going to be here. T-Bam spots out Divin. They spot him as well. That's some good time for Jalen now. Evens us up at a 2v2.
And I'm not a big fan of what Minnesota is doing right now. Like, yes, they find those 2 kills. This map is completely flipped on its head right now. And you have 2 players, one sitting in top hostel, and you have the other one sitting over on the tanks by A. Yes, so you have both bombs watched, but you lose 2 players in the process when you could have just ganged up together and played that pack-a-dog mentality, found a couple of those kills in succession. This bomb's going to go down over at the A site. And Divin should be able to get out here with the bomb as well. So this isn't the worst situation at all right now for Utica.
Finally spotted there. Finds Noah. Dog around the back to make a hero play. 1v2. Shots are good on the 1. Jalen's going to take that close angle around the corner. And Dog very, very aware that this could be a potential, but I like this call from Jalen. He's going to exit this one. Play the time clock. 20 seconds left. Spots Dog. Shots on target. Not able to find it just yet. Dog. Oh, he's going to stick it.
He just has to sit now.
Only 10 seconds left, and that's going to be Jalen's call. He knows he's got the round in his hands. Dog's going to stick the bomb, and here we go. 4 rounds now for Utica College.
That was so beautifully played in that 1v1 by Jalen. All he does in that entire round is just continuously back up, play his life, and just find kills for his team. I believe he found the first 2 as well for his team, because he found the first one there, and then he comes underneath, gets the call out from his teammate that T-Bam's up top, watches the stairs, T-Bam comes down, Jalen finds the kill. Did he end up getting the ace there in that round? Because did he find the final 2? He did, yes.
He did.
Jalen found the full ace in that round. Very quiet ace, because it took so long throughout the round to get all of the kills, but nonetheless, just a huge round off the back of a 6-1 performance so far from Jalen, and just continuing just to help this Utica team just continue to pull away from MNSU.
Very silent and sneaky. Jalen a shadow in the round to walk out with that ace now. It was the first blood that drew this round towards Minnesota's favor. Divin has the information. There's a player right to his left, basically holding hands, and there you go. He's going to throw that hand away. I don't want it. First blood.
I don't fully understand that push at all there from Dog, just to push straight up through the middle of the map. Like, you gotta imagine that that's being watched by somebody, but Spyro will be able to at least bring us back into a tie and a huge gunfight win there for T-Bam and Noah Root. And I mean, just when you thought it was in a bad situation, Frenzy's left all alone now in a 1v3 again.
With a snap of a finger, it's a 1v3, just like that. Frenzy, we've seen him clutch up inside that hard point with breaks. Is going to get shots onto T-Bam, but that's information now given away on his positioning. Spear, catch that side. Shots are going to be on. Calling for Noah. Oh, to collapse on in. Here's the nades. Going to flush him right into their teammate. 2 rounds now for the Mavericks here. Cutting down this lead to 2. And finding another round on the board to stop this momentum. This was the turning point, Jesse, right here. When Divin had him dead to rights, Noah absolutely melted him. That should never have happened.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
a big round.
They're definitely not out of it if you're Minnesota State Mankato right now. You just need to find a way, though, to pick a couple of these players off, because I feel like a lot of the first bloods and a lot of the map control so far has been going to Utica right off the rip of a lot of these rounds. And I mean, if they can find a way to not allow them to bring it back some of these rounds and just kind of pick them apart, that's how you're going to start to see Minnesota State start to really bring themselves back into this game. But again, the exact same offensive setup and defensive setup really that we've seen most of the time from these 2 teams. And this bomb is going to go down for free again, and Divin's able to get into a corner.
But now Dog can strike. Catches Divin on the exit. Immediate trade out of Polish Prince. You can see the wraparound. Wydog finds a second into this one. Now he can get the collapse out. Frenzy, totally with his back turned, is going to dismiss this bomb just now. Finds a second one. 1v2. Spear up to bring this one in. Frenzy shots are shaken, but Spear up now makes it a 1v1. 16 seconds to work with, so time really against him. And Jalen just on the hunt to make sure that this is a safe and sound bomb site. Do you see Spear Up? Spear Up is taking the long way around. Did he spot him on this roof? I do not think so. They are side by side in the ice, but no time out of Spear Up. 8-4, but they're going to concede a 5th round. 5-2. Utica College keep on climbing and keep their lead ahead.
That's 2 rounds in a row on offense for Utica, where they're kind of in a disadvantage. They get the bomb down in a great spot, and then just continue to be able to pick these players off. And I didn't even notice Frenzy get that kill before he found the final, or before he found the player in the middle of the map there. He took the player off the bomb. I don't know why you hopped the bomb there as a Minnesota player when you could just kind of play again as a team, find multiple kills throughout the round. You have the man advantage, and they're just not using it to their advantage in any of these rounds.
Here we go. Minnesota State, they have definitely looked a lot better on the attacks than they have defenses, but this time Polish Prince is going to find that first blood. Instant trade onto Divin. Opens up this B site, susceptible for a plant, but Polish Prince has adjusted. Has the sights for the cross, so call out is going to be there. My eyes are on player number 7. Spear has a chance to really find this round and make it their own, and he does. 4 in a row for the AR player. And lives now to the Mavericks.
Spirits are really bringing this team back into the search and destroy right now. Maybe he's what they were missing from their S&D last week, because he's really helping them bring this game back for themselves here. But Frenzy will find another one, bringing us back into a 2v2, and once again, nobody around to trade for Minnesota.
They aren't. They're holding hands in the back. Jalen's going to find one. Totally turns his back to him. Noah, not there for the trade. And the follow-up is laying on the ground. Jalen did it to him there. I thought Noah would get that one, but that's going to be map number 2 for Utica College. 6-2 out here, taking care of business on standoff, search and destroy. And it was all right here. Jalen finding this kill onto Wydog. I don't understand the situations that I see Minnesota State and Mankato put themselves in, Jesse, because again and again, just not trading this out. Definitely on 2 different on 2 different mindsets on what they want to do in that round. One's watching the bomb, one has the idea to wrap around the side. I would love to see a little bit more team coordination and a little bit more team play out of the 2 of them, knowing that if they just overwhelm these players in 2v1s, they could take that round. But taking 2 separate 1v1s, you can see how that ended.
I mean, they were in a 3v2 at the start of that round as well, and they get the bomb down and still in the 3v2 man advantage, and not just 2 separate 1v1s, but 3 separate 1v1s lose them that round. And again, I mean, as great as Utica played that map and they looked fantastic, I can't help but feel so many rounds got thrown away by Minnesota there in that game, where they have the man advantage and they choose not to play the man advantage for themselves, and instead just get picked apart piece by piece at a man disadvantage for the other team. And every time the Utica put themselves in an advantage in that game, they were able to close a round out. So, I mean, if you're Minnesota State here and you're going in towards the back half of the series, you're down 2-0 here, you need to hit a big regain. You're heading in towards a control right now, which we haven't seen them play on stream yet. We've seen them play raid and we've seen them play checkmate in the last 2 weeks, and they've won both of those. But could Garrison be one of those maps where we just don't see them play too often now, and this could be a rough situation for them? Or is this a map where we see teams just choose not to play against them? This is something that we just don't really have a lot of information on right now for Minnesota State.
Well, this is something that I was mentioning before that map number 2 was if Utica makes this a 2-0, this completely turns things around. I think Frenzy and Jalen, if I'm not mistaken, no, Frenzy and Divin being in this round, being so aggressive on these SMGs, not even needing their ARs to really give them this spacing. They are taking it forcefully, and rightfully they are gaining it against this Minnesota State and Mankato team. And I think that when you flip something around like that and you're heading into a Garrison control, which is very controlled by that lower platform with your SMGs, finding those angles, finding those routes around, and consistently rotating around the map on that defensive side, I think that this Utica College team is actually going to find a lot of comfort here in this map number 3. And we haven't seen them play on here. They walked away with Raid against Illinois State Redbirds last week, but I haven't seen the same Mavericks team this week that we did see last week. So I can't really compare the two because this is a completely different Mankato team that is completely off script from what we saw in the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried right now for Minnesota State Mankato. I was honestly looking at the bracket for them earlier this week, and I was really, really excited for this team because I was like, oh, they go up against Utica first. If they win this matchup, then they play UTK next, who we saw kind of look rough in one of their other matches also coming into this. And they haven't been the best team, haven't been the worst team in the regular season. And I thought that Minnesota really had a chance of making it towards these winter semifinals in the winners bracket. But right now, like you said, this is a very different team than what we've seen over the last 2 weeks. We've seen them come in as an underdog and take out 2 top teams in the division. Now they come in as the upper dog, I guess, or as like the team that you the top dog, thank you, as the team that you would expect to kind of come in and kind of be working Utica in this match off of what we've seen as in terms of trends in the past. But Utica absolutely coming out, showing themselves exactly what they need to do here. And you're right, you're not wrong at all. I honestly think that this map favors Utica going into it now.
Well, if there's one thing to really pinpoint out of Mankato, the Mavericks, they need to turn up the dial in their SMG category, and they need to go toe-to-toe with Frenzy and Divin. Let's head into this map number 3. Over to Garrison for this control. As we're starting with Utica on the offense, Mavericks on the defense. Noah's going to break open with a first blood onto Divin, and breakoffs, they are everything, especially on the defensive round. You're looking for this first 4 down, take that map control. Look for a second one, take that spawn control. So 3 down immediately. This is a solid breakoff.
And this is something that they absolutely are deadly in need of right now if you're Minnesota. You just want to be able to build a little bit of confidence, start bringing yourselves back into this series a little bit. And I think getting a defense to start off here on Garrison couldn't have worked out any better for them because now they can kind of slow their game down. They got a really good breakoff, like you said, and breakoffs, again, like you said, very, very important here to be able to win out some of these rounds. But Utica, even after the bad breakoff, they do find a couple kills in succession. They can now try to push this way onto the B site, and they have a lot of angles cut off. A wide dog from the top of the bridge he's able to find too.
Oh, he's the third right behind him. Divin now watching it. The collapse out of Minnesota. Haven't given up a tick just yet. Nate is good onto Divin. Should weaken the site even more. Allows Noah to sneak on into Dark. Has a big one-on-one with Frenzy. And he's going to come out on top now. All the kills going to the Mavericks right now. You can see Polish is lurking in the backline, but cleaned up. Now it's time for this Maverick squad to start taking control of this round. And again, look at all these players on streaks. All these players on a streak right now.
And an 11 life lead right now for Minnesota State. Utica, you really only have one shot at this round right now. You need to break and find a lot of kills here. Divin will hop back in towards this B site, just trying to get any little bit that he can to stop this clock, give his team enough time to try to come off spawn, but it's just not going to be enough here. It's a perfect round number 1 out of Mankato. And just when we thought they might be out of this series, on their back foot, I think is where we see this team play their best Call of Duty.
Oh yeah, up against the ropes. I mean, what is it? In that match against Northwood, they were down by 3. They needed 4 in a row to take map number 5 in Express to Destroy, and they did it. So we know that backed against the ropes, this team definitely has some bite to it. I like the way they were handling it, allowing Spear Up and allowing T-Bam to get into these comfortable power positions by just forcing themselves into these 1-on-2 or 2-on-1s, making sure that they can 1-by-1 win the break-off. And when you got T-Bam and Spear Up in these situations, it just allowed Y-Dog and Noah really to run free. And they did. You can see all players right now on a streak, a combined 10 spree or 11 spree from what it looks like, or even more.
Yeah, it's
way
like
more.
It's like 14.
I can't do math, guys.
It's okay. It's why you do play-by-play, and we I do the color. But nonetheless, another very good break off here. They continue on a lot of these streaks. Polish Prince in the back will end up falling as well, and this is where things could actually really start to get scary for Utica, because if you can not only finish off this hill, but now string together these next couple gunfights, find more streaks out of it. Actually, 2 of the streaks do end up falling, so it's only Y-Dog left on streaks now, and alone here in the hill. He will find one, and you got to imagine with the tick progression coming through, he probably has both streaks with that 7th kill.
Now Divin in the back, trying to disrupt. Spear Up catches him on that rotation, looking to reinforce the site. Frenzy and Jalen have that front line on a crossfire, and There they go, weakening this attack as Spirit goes in again. So Frenzy's able to find 2, make it 3 in a row. It's completely open up this defensive round for Utica College and give them a little bit spacing here to breathe.
And Frenzy was 1-5 in that first round, so already off to a much better round here in round number 2. At least able to find a couple of kills in succession. And he's going to need to be big if Utica wants to be able to take this map. He's kind of been the difference maker throughout our first 2 maps, at least from what we've seen so far. And again, he's going to hop back up top 3.
no.
He's able to find 1. I can't find the second, unfortunately, but it just buys his team even more time to get off spawn and get back into powerful positions.
Jalen continuing to chip away at these players from the front line. Would like to see the Mavericks take a different avenue around, go for a rotation, and allow a little bit of pressure from the front, but not too much. So you can see this Utica squad, they are playing quite passively now off of Frenzy's little bit of a stint there. Here we go, out the gates to go their way, and the kills coming through is going to call for the cruise missiles. So all of these players going to be flooding on in from the front line. 2 are going to be cut down out of Jalen and Frenzy, but Noah has found his way inside. Is going to stop the clock at 48 seconds. Now looking to turn up here. A nice shot on the Divin. Can you find the second one? Polish around the corner. Swaps to the 74U, but no. It's going to be Spirit for the backup. Continuing to gain this progression. 1 take off the board, and this is where things get dangerous. Jalen, he's on the flank, and he's really the only hope that they have. Finds 1. The second one's around the corner. It's 2 in a row. Third one finally going to clean him up, but it's allowing Utica College back into this game. Only is it enough. Frenzy, last chance here, and he gets the break.
Oh, that's so big. Frenzy needed to find that kill. And what we almost got a full break there out of Minnesota State University Mankato, but unfortunately it doesn't come through, and now they're going to need to do it all over again. The hard part of this hill is breaking in. Once you break in, holding it is generally the easier part, but both these players now on Minnesota, they're going to just push forward and try to get some kills off spawn.
Polish finds Noah now. You see now these orange arrows going to be flooding into this crossfire. Tivin finds the first one. The second one right around the corner. Doubles down onto T-Bam. And Windug again on an island in the outside. 5 on 5 in the live. 16 seconds left. Tivin can really play spoilers to this. Going to catch Noah. Goes in for more. Spear up taking the damage. Time's going away. Frenzy finds Wydog. Finally the break, but the reinforcements are here. Frenzy's going to line them up. Excellent break out of these 2 players, but T-Bam now with 3 seconds left on the board. A 1v2. Player on the left, player on the right. He's going to force the fight on the Polish, and there he goes. He's off the board. Utica tie us up.
It was a lot closer of an offense, though, than round number 1 was. So you can take a lot of positives from that round from Minnesota State University Mankato, but at least Utica, they come out. It kind of got scary for them in that round, though. There was multiple times where that third tick of progress on that A site was just about to finish, but they were just able to close it off. And you got to think, if Minnesota State, they put 1 player on to watch their flank there, they probably stopped that. But unfortunately for them, that I think it was Devin who was able to just completely run across the top of the bridge, scotch-free, get in towards the new site, and just be able to kind of bully their way in again and again. Utica finding a way to close out these tough, small situations. Because you got to think, if Minnesota's able to go up 2-0 there, they probably close it out in round 3.
1-for-1 with the break off. Wydog splits the difference. Spear Up's going to find the exit, and Frenzy drops as well. So 4 down. Looking at this power positions. Once again, Spear Up is going to solidify him up inside of green. If you look at the mini-map, Wydog's going to try to take the gunfight on the front line, along with this crossfire to T-Bam. So having trouble exiting the site. Excellent right now out of Minnesota, but we saw Frenzy's able to battle out of this one. Spear Up is going to jump into the mix to try to cut him down. But only it's just allowing Utica this exit strategy of taking these gunfights so early in such an uncomfortable way now. A chance to get onto this B side, and they have. Stopping the clock at 39 seconds on the hunt is Utica.
So to say, T-Bam's so sneaky, but he can't sneak away from Frenzy at the end of that round there. And Frenzy will hop in. As soon as this contest comes through, he knows exactly where it's going to be. Takes the gunfight challenge. And the life lead is practically nothing right now for Minnesota. Only 1 life in their favor. It's evened up now, and this B zone continues to go in towards the way of Utica. They can try to continue to close this out. Divin was trying to actually make an overextension as well over towards the A site just to kind of throw some things off for Minnesota. But with this B side done, now you can just expect Minnesota to put their full focus on A, just send everybody over towards that site and try to hold on to it that way.
Slap a minute into the clock. Only a 2 life lead. It's It's going to be Utica looking to snowball their way into the second point. 3 players still alive in the backline. Jalen, Divin, and on-site Polish Prince. This break, this retake, it has to be immediate out of here. Noah not even checking the corner. Jalen's going to find him, looking for a second one. Spear able to trade. Is going to weaken this one out. Divin holding that front line. Here's the Shriek's going to be called as well. The artillery strike is going to lessen the time on this board, but they get right back into it. Frenzy's going to find one. Still on the time is Polish. And Noah only able to do so much right now. The team kill the second one. They fall, and Utica find a second.
That's huge for Utica as well, because now they can go into their final defense with just needing to take a defense, and we know defense can be so much stronger on this map mode combination. And what a round out of Utica, though, to be able to come into that round. They had a terrible break off again, but through the middle of the round, they find a couple of kills in succession. They're able to get onto B, finish off the B site, but the transition from B to A was almost flawless. Seymour, they pushed through the middle of the map. A couple players going through bricks, a couple players going through top green. They find every kill in succession, spawn out Minnesota, and that's the hard job. Once you get that done, it's easy. All you have to do is sit on the hill and just hold all the power positions, and they're able to close that round out once again.
Talk about these opening breakoffs and how crucial they are. Well, Frenzy goes 1 for 1, and you can see immediately that is going to dissuade the Mavericks from taking this site. Frenzy takes a pretty big chow, a little bit more than he can chew. That is going to open up this B site. It's going to hop on for the connection. Here comes the break now, but shut down. They close the door here. Minnesota, they find 4 in a row, but Frenzy is still alive in the back line. He is actually going to find 2, so only finding 3. Leaves it open for retake, and by the time Frenzy dies, it's too late.
It's always Frenzy. He seems to be the player on Utica that whenever they need somebody to step up, it is just Frenzy over and over again to be that player to step up. 1 tick of progress has come through for Minnesota, so now they can try to get back onto B, stop this clock again. They do have a 2-life lead here. The issue, though, comes in is this time is just continuing to window down. They only have a 45 seconds left that they need to get one of these 2 sites, and they don't have the map control right now to do so.
And it's just like the hard point, Jesse. I mean, the Mavericks, they're keeping up with the slaying, but they are just not finding the right kills. Utica are finding the right kills to slow this down. Finally, they get 2 in succession. Divin, if he goes down, that might open this one up, but Jalen and Divin double down to get right back into it. Only giving up 2, takes aggression here
They
at
might be able
B.
to stop B.
Getting into this one, yeah, Divin could definitely put a damper in this one. Calls for the reinforcements. The trade is in. The pinch takes down T-Bam, and yeah, they stop it with only giving up 2 ticks. They could end this one here, Jesse.
They absolutely can. It's really up to Y-Dog right now, trying to make a sneak play through and just completely shoots and gives his positioning away. They don't bat an eye to it because they know they have Polish Prince coming off spawn. A couple players will come and reinforce, and Y-Dog will go down, but what he does is he gives his team just enough time to come off of spawn and get back into the B.
Here we go. Last chance for the Mavericks to stay alive here in the winner's bracket. The stick on a Jalen is going to open this one up. Can he find a second? No. Polish catches him out. 8 seconds left, Jesse. Y-Dog stops the clock here. You're going to need some players to turn up big. Frenzy taking that frontline battle. Noah wins a big one-on-one. Divin around the back. Can he get this pinch in time? No, the site's going to get captured, so B's going to give him another minute. They stay alive to win or play a little bit more.
Generally, when you see such a frantic site come in and get finished off like that, that's when you can really start to string the 2 sites together. But Utica do a really good job of just kind of balancing it out. They don't throw too many lives at the site. They can still reinforce over towards A. They've got Jalen there. They have a couple of players just ready in succession. Nobody really from Minnesota State in a great spot to be able to put these 2 hills and just really kind of snowball them together.
Like I said, it's a pretty close game in the slaying category, but when it's Utica, they are finding the right kills. Now the setup towards A. Noah opens it up. Jalen sitting on the back line. If they could find him, they might be able to find this round. Here we go. Out to the gates. Jalen's going to find 1. The crossfire's there, but the breakout as well. Minnesota, they're on the site. All 3 players. The stack's going to be out. This can send them to the round number 5. 1 tick's gone. Frenzy's gonna have to get into it. Spear up shuts him down. Here comes the rest of them. Brent's able to find 1, able to find 2, and then the corner's gonna be the 3rd, but it's gonna be Y-Dog to answer the call. 2 lives, make it 1 out of Minnesota. They are winning the round. They give us a map number or round number 5 here, and they keep their chances alive in the winner's bracket.
Seymour, I'm not gonna lie to you. I have absolutely no idea who's getting the final defense here. Usually, you'll see me. I'll be trying to count the rounds out, but I cannot think to my mind who is going to get this final defense. We know that in the last 2 rounds, both offenses won, so that's at least 6 ticks of progress for both teams. But besides that, I'm trying to think. I really can't remember what the first 2 rounds saw. Maybe we saw Utica get the advantage. No, it is going to be Minnesota State University of Mankato able to get the advantage here. They will be on defense, but we've seen 2 offenses in a row here. So it might not even be that much of an advantage for them here on this control. We'll see what they can do off their break, but this is really where we've seen Utica kind of struggle in these offensive rounds is on the break.
TBAM already finding that first one. Going 1 for 1 again. You can see that it's going to only slow down this attack. Slipping through the cracks is player number 2, Frenzy, as he's already into bricks in the back line. And he wins the one-on-one for the rotation against Noah. That's going to pull some of these players from the Mavericks out. Allow Divin to get on this site. Wins a big fight against TBAM now, collecting this presence at B. Working towards that first tick of progress. And with 1:33 seconds, they have a lot of time. And you can see that Minnesota, their first chance, or the first position is to take down Frenzy. And finally they have, giving up a tick at B. Divin is going to slip on out, and on the back, T-Bam falls to Jalen, so the B site, it might be gone, Jesse.
The B site might be gone, and you actually still have a player over here for Utica on the A site as well. And kind of like I made a statement in the last round, when you see teams put so much focus on trying to hold on to B, it opens up so many chances for teams to make the rotations over towards A, and it's exactly what you're seeing here in this round with Spear Up. He'll be able to find one and just slow that push down, at least for now, from this Utica team.
Had some great help out of T-Bam, but they got to get rid of Divin. He's found a streak in the back line. He's on 5 in a row, and you see that score progression on that control. It has helped him to get that score streak. Oh, Frenzy is a little bit dangerous, but he's going to find it. The trade immediately out of Y-Dog is going to weaken this attack for now, and it's taking care of all 4 players now for Minnesota State University of Mankato. They are going to be able to set up now for this position. Noah trying to slip his way around and lurk, pull apart a couple of these players out, but only a minute to get this damage right now is Utica College, and wait for their chance to get onto A.
All they need to do is set up in a couple different positions, force these streaks, force these players in. They find 2 with the streaks and 1 with the gun, so now they can push onto the site. That's exactly how you wanted to see Utica use those streaks.
And now if you're Minnesota, you gotta get going. The stack's gonna be here. Y-Dog finds the first one. Noah's gonna help him out. The kill's coming through for 2. Jalen in the back line. He drops the retake. Only giving up 1 tick of progression off those streaks. What a play from the Mavericks.
And now they need to find a way to do it with guns only here. The hard part was done. They got inside the hill, but just a beautiful retake from Y-Dog. Able to sneak his way in, stop the clock, stop the ticks of progression from coming through, and then also find 2 kills as well. Just huge plays, individual plays coming out of Y-Dog there from Minnesota. We said it before, this team plays their best on their back foot, and we're seeing it again here in this round number 5.
Yes, we are 10-10, 38 seconds left. Couple of opportunities right now, but T-Bam finds the first one. Sliding out is going to be Spear Up. Frenzy's going to find it. The trade's coming through back and forth for these teams. Still 8-8 in the life category. T-Bam looking to clean up Polish on the back line, and on the front line is going to be player number 6 holding off this attack. Y-Dog only able to find a little bit of damage. Divin's going to find the break on in, but T-Bam's going to get into the mix to find Divin. Lengthen this one out a little bit. The nade's going to get caught from the trophy system. Can Spear find the kill? He can! Shuts it down. One last player on this site, and Y-Dog takes care of it.
It's going to be a 3v4 to end this game off.
It is. Here we go, losing another one, 2v4. Players coming through. Noah's going to find another one, and there it is. It's going to be Minnesota, sending us to a map number 4 with complete ice in their veins.
Oh, they just stay alive, Seymour, and only barely. What was that, a 3 life differential at the very end of it? It was a 3v3 or a 3v4 at the very end on that site. Crazy stuff. I really thought Minnesota was going to come out there. I thought that they had a really strong chance of dropping out of the winners bracket on that map, but Utica, they just weren't able to do it, even with the streaks in that final round. We saw them come through, they shot them down from the sky, and they used them perfectly. They get into the site, they just weren't able to hold off the surging Y-Dog.
It was there. They had it in their hands, and it slipped right in that map number 3. Now we get to go to checkmate map 4. Before that, we're going to head to a break. So stay tuned. You're watching the NACE Starleague Call of Duty playoffs. We got some more action over the break. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back from the break. You're watching NACE Starleague playoffs here in the Call of Duty series. My name is Seymour. Alongside me, my trusty duo, Cruz. Now, Cruz, we're going into map number 4 of this best of 5 between Utica College and the Minnesota State University of Mankato Mavericks. And this is a 2-1 lead heading into checkmate hardpoint. So I have to look at this like we've already seen Utica take a hardpoint. We've seen them trump this Mankato's hard points, which looked good after last week. Now, it's a big question going into checkmate on which side we're going to see. It's a big map here, and especially for Mankato, you need this to push to a map 5.
Yeah, and I don't think Mankato is out of this by any means either. That last control was a really big one for them. They needed to win that final round. You got to think that just kind of taking that final round there into round 5 in the fashion that they did as well will kind of just give them a little bit of momentum heading in towards this checkmate hardpoint. And we've seen them on checkmate hardpoint last week. They looked very good against Illinois State. They were able to take the win. It was a 250 to 193 matchup, I want to say. So they definitely have the experience on this map mode combo. But now here kind of comes the problem, though. Like, yes, you have the experience, and it's great that you were able to win this map last week. But now Utica has a ton of film to go over in terms of these last 2 maps. You saw you play Checkmate last week. You saw them play Raid in the last 2 weeks combined. How are we going to see Minnesota respond to that? And will Utica have used that VOD in a way where they can kind of just take the advantage from it?
It's a big question to ask. I think that Utica, they have a strong chance now to end this, but they did let it slip in map number 3. So map number 4 has to be a big question mark. Let's hop into this Checkmate. Let's take a flight on over. Do or die right now for the Mavericks. They're going to be starting on the better side as well. So looking to hold on to this off the rip. You see Spear Up looking to contest this hill. Frenzy leading the charge on in for the contention. Noah's going to slide through. Great break to go down. Seamless out of the Mavericks.
And this is where we saw Minnesota State really get a good amount of time.
Oh, no.
On the last set as well. How does that spawn flip come through? That is wild. That is just player number 5 pushing way too far forward in the plane and very unfortunately spawning out the Minnesota State players on the wrong side of the map. Utica, it's a blessing from the gods, and they get spawned up on the right side.
Jalen gets pinched out. The flip is going to be a little bit troublesome if you're the Mavericks, but you have yet to concede a point in this hill number 1. Now, looking to group up and take your way around this plane. Spirit opens this one up. Divot gonna be down. That's less players inside this site. Frenzy looking to find the exit to get back around. Polish finds one. Jalen a second one. Holding off this onslaught right now of Maverick players. 3 down, 1 last in the backline. It is Wydog with his SMG, and now all arrows are gonna be poised, looking at him like an eagle right now to clean him up, and here he goes.
Yeah, and he falls here too. This was a spot where we actually saw Minnesota State having a hard time getting breaks last week as well, was on this P2 hill. They weren't easily holding on to it, and then breaking it was even harder for them throughout these games last week. So we'll see if it's a little bit better if they were able to improve on a few things here this week. But so far, it doesn't look like it. They're just kind of getting brought back into this game. Once again, they're allowing to bring their way back in on money hills. This has been Minnesota's biggest struggle so far today in hardpoint.
With break now from the front. Spear Up's good for 2. And Noah a third, a full 4 down. That's going to be time now to be gained out of the Mavericks' hands. And you can see these arrows looking to push this line of skirmish to the middle of the map. You know that rotation from 2 to 3 can be a little bit spicy, Jesse. So it's going to be dangerous to make your way through this map. And if anything is to say about a map like Checkmate, when you watch Control enough, you got to be careful not to get trapped back here in this point 2 when looking to exit. But Noah does try to spawn out for T-Bam, blocking them first. So the map is going to find one on the Polish Prince, and that really should open things up now for an exit.
Yeah, that play from Noah, it's going to make this P3 hill very, very scrappy the rest of this time through. You know both teams are just going to be constantly dropping players from the top of the plane down underneath. But, I mean, with a 3 down there now for Utica, this should actually be a very good chance for them to get a good amount of time now. T-Bam is really the only player left here for Minnesota State University of Mankato. He will find the one player that was inside of the hill and now be able to hop in, but it should be easy cleanups here.
It is T-Bam. Looking for the exits. Nope. Jalen spots him out. Looking for the retake now for scrap time. Spear Up holding down the fort, but not able to hold down the rest. Frenzy and Polish put him out of commission. And for the last 10 seconds, you can see that these last 3 hills, or the last 3 hill spawns are at the moment dominated by Utica College. Minnesota, they need to come up big if they want to break in. Spear Up going to spearhead the charge. Shots on the divot, but the help is there. Jalen takes him out and looking to find another one onto Noah, but he is going to respect it. Allow this real estate to be gained through the plane, and if you're the Mavericks right now, this could be your opening to get onto the site.
Yeah, and luckily for the Mavericks, they have a lot of time to be able to break these spawns and really be able to flip them out before the end of this hill in towards our P5 hill. But, I mean, when you're getting knocked down 4 down like that, that is not going to help you out too much. Wydog will be the furthest player pushed forward. He'll be able to get inside the hill as well, which will at least give Minnesota some time here. But plane control on the left-hand side spawns, they are still very much on control of Utica.
It's 3 down the other way. Only player here is going to be Spear Up. Can he stay alive in the Lion's Den? Looks like they're going to give this one up. So another lead change, but a minimal one. So when you move over to the Hill 5, Utica just looking to put all their eggs into this basket, and they have a lot of presence into this one. Spear Up finds a big opening. Looking for the collapse now. A second one. Divin holding his own in the back line. Frenzy's gonna drop. Divin's gonna drop. Polish Prince, the last one alive on the side, and they know exactly where he is. The spawns are gonna be coming in the back, so you are gonna have reinforcements here for Utica, but Polish Prince, he needs to go big by just staying alive on this side. 2 more kills for the Mavericks, looking to finally collapse into this one. They take over Polish Prince, and they're finally into this hill, but not able to get control just yet. T-Bam, he needs to slay out a little bit before they're in a comfortable position to hold this one off. These 2 players are going to battle on out. T-Bam good for 1, not ready for the second one. The battle back in.
And that's just the case of, once again, holding spawns here for Utica. It's been the biggest struggle for Minnesota State University Mankato throughout this entire series, has been they can't really just get inside a spot and hold on to spawns. And it's really been their struggle. Through scrappy hills, they've looked fine. But every time we get towards the money hill, it has been Utica who has been the team in control of the spawns, in control, holding on to where they need to be. This is going to be a big point of this game and a big moment here. The rotation from Hills 1 to Hills 2 this time through, it needs to be on point for Minnesota State. You cannot allow another full 60 to come in from Utica.
You can't. Holding on the edge. Here's the breakdown. Y-Dog on the crossfire with Noah. They clear the site. If they can take down Divin, it should give them majority right now, but no, it looks the wrong way. Divin's still alive in the back line, finally cut down by Y-Dog. And you can see that this time the Mavericks, they are well aware they don't want to give up this spawn. They are going to be reinforcing that back line. And inside this plane, Noah, can you get the trade? He can, so still collecting time on the inside. You see all these Utica players looking to collapse from the side, but Noah taking care of business for a second one. It's Divin all alone in the hill, finally getting the break, but I think Mavericks, they are okay with that. They just want this point too.
Yeah, that's a victory of a hill for Mavericks there. And like you said, putting full focus here on P2. T-Bam will be the player in from behind. He's able to at least find 2. It's going to completely slow that push from Utica down. They actually do get a fairly decent close spawn, though, on that plane still. So still close enough to be able to reinforce this quite quickly.
Yes, it does. Noah holding his own around this. Jalen slipped in through this, so Utica College in a good place to break this, but the kills, when they come through, they're all going to be up in Utica. He's going to find 2. Can he find a third? No, it's Frenzy to finally break open this spawn. Spear Up's going to fall as well, so that's seamless out of this submachine gun player. Breaks on in for the last 25 seconds, and again, can just push this lead from Utica.
That's another hill where you have the spawns from Minnesota, and they just aren't able to hold on to them. Utica College, beautiful break from the front of the hill, and it was something that we just weren't able to see Minnesota State University do at any point so far throughout this series. We've seen them be able to break in towards one of these hills like that. Now we head back in towards P3. We get to see Minnesota set up early this time through, but again, it's going to be a player sneaking through and able to find at least 1, and that's going to kind of just disrupt this setup for Minnesota and should give Utica a good chance to break.
Y-Dog going big though on the outside. Cutting them down as they rotate. Dealing as much damage as he can. Still alive as well. But in the side, Divin, he has snuck his way into it. Collecting this time for Utica College. As the kills come through for Minnesota State University. They're finally going to break into this hill, but not able to collect time just yet. Y-Dog is going to disengage. Back to the side around the outside. 30 seconds left. Utica College looking to get right back into it. On site they are from the top ropes. It's Y-Dog and another 4 down.
I just saw his teammate shoot a couple bullets towards him while he was weak. I thought he was about to get killed off of his streaks from his teammate. Let's not forget that there is still a player on the likes of Utica who has streaks. And this is probably the one hill where this artillery strike can really come into effect and be very, very strong.
Can't find the crews. Looking for the hill number 4. 167 to 193. Utica looking to push their lead to 200. Frenzy needs to finish that one. Spear Up is going to get the better of him, but again, when the kills come through, it's Blue in the kill feed. Divin looking to split the difference. Comes up from that yellow crate. Cleans up Y-Dog, and the break is going to be out here, so Utica will be able to collapse over this 200-point marker, but can they collapse into these spawns? The University of Minnesota, they have to put a lot of pressure onto this hill. Spear Up around the outside with the Craig. Finds 1. Is he going to be ready for the second one? Divin right around the corner. And no, he's going to find it. Another 3 down.
And
make
the
it
spawn
4.
flip.
And the spawn flip.
That is not good. Absolute worst case scenario here for Minnesota. They're not getting any of the time here to close out this hard point. So Utica should be sitting at, what, right around 230 seconds, barring a last second break here. And they have the rotation over towards New. You have 1 streak on both sides. It's an artillery strike for both. And you're going to see it get invested here from wide dog. He's going to drop it in 3 spots, and I honestly don't know if he's going to be able to find anybody with those 3 placements.
Might not be able to, but going to get a little bit of presence here from the plane. He's going to find Divin, allowing Spear Up to start the collapse. They break the hill from the front now. Spawns coming out from the back line. North and south spawns for both Utica teams, so it's a 2v2 on both fronts. Looking to keep this pressure up. TBM in the back line, hit fire for a little bit, but here's the artillery strike on the opposite end. The big guns out of Utica to break back into the hill. Noah needs to find David in the corner, but it's the help out of Jalen. 240 to 188. They can close this out now. You have to close spawns for the Mavericks, so it's do or die right now. Spear Up goes 1 for 1, only 5 seconds left, and you know what the deal is. Only 1 more second out here. You clean up Noah, and you're moving on in the winner's bracket.
Utica College coming out and just taking both hard points off of Minnesota State University Mankato. Not something that we normally see for this team. And I gotta say, I am just in shock, Seymour. The fact that we just watched Minnesota State University Mankato lose not 1, but 2 hard points in this series. The last time we saw them lose 2 hard points, it was to Northwood, but they were able to take the rest of the maps and take that series. Just not the same Minnesota team that we have seen in recent weeks.
I mean, it's crazy to think that this Minnesota State and Mankato team, off the storyline that they have been kind of forming going into these playoffs, fall this early. I mean, beating the number 2 seed in your division, beating the number 1 seed, coming into the playoffs at that number 1 seed, and now falling to Utica College, who just, on my eyes, I didn't see them on the same playing field. I was wrong, obviously. Utica College come out on fire. They take both hard points, the search and destroy. They lose the control, but I mean, let's be honest, Jesse. A few of those gunfights go their way, and that control is theirs, and they ended in 3. So very impressed out of this Utica College team. They really came up, and they showed they have contention right now for the playoffs.
It absolutely could have been a 3-0. I mean, if that round 5 goes just the slightest bit different, like you said, a couple of kills, it was 3 kill advantage at the end of round 5. A couple of those kills go the way of Utica, and it is an easy and quick 3-0 for Utica College. I mean, none of the games, really particularly in the ones that they won, really looked out of their favor at any point. I mean, maybe checkmate for the smallest bit of time on P1 when they go down by 40 seconds, but the job was done. They got the spawn flip that they wanted off the rip. They get right in towards the new hill, and they just bring the lead back into their favor. Utica just looked fantastic when it came to breaking hills, holding hills, and getting spawns in hardpoint. And if they can continue that trend throughout the rest of playoffs, who knows? Maybe the sky's the limit for this team.
Maybe the sky is the limit indeed, but folks, let's talk about a little thing right now. The hero of the game, that is, because LLS is a big part of this stream. I mean, if you look at the LLS hero of the game, every 180 seconds, someone diagnosed with a blood cancer, and 40% of all pediatric cancers are in fact blood cancers. Every blood cancer diagnosis turns lives upside down. When this happens, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, LLS, are here to help. Since 1949, LLS, they have invested more than $1.3 billion in research, pioneering many of today's most innovative approaches that could be helped right now in the blood cancer battle. They work tirelessly to find cures and ensure patients can access the life-saving treatments they need. And when someone experiences the fear and uncertainty of a cancer diagnosis, LLS provides hope, compassion, education, and support. So just like the LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, we like to bring in the LLS hero of the game to represent a player who made the biggest impact in the match played. Whether a clutch play, a sacrifice, or providing strong leadership when it mattered most, we like to bring them in and announce how much they have done. So let's bring them in right now. Today's LLS hero of the game is none other than Polish Prince on the AR side of Utica College. So welcome to the interview, Polish Prince. You guys did fantastic today. You showed up and you took care of business.
Thank you.
Now, I'm going to start right off of this, but because we hyped this up for an underdog story, but obviously we were wrong. I mean, you guys came out and you looked fantastic, like I said. What was the preparation out of your team for this matchup? What were you guys looking to handle with this Mankato team? Because you guys had their number.
You know, I kind of like that underdog story that you brought out. Utica College has been around here for 1 year in the CCL, and I mean, this game goes to show that we're here to stay. And we preparing. We just kind of been doing the same thing, just scrimming teams. I know Vanguard's out, but we're staying on Cold War. We're doing our business out here, and it paid off in the gameplay.
It really did. I think you guys definitely have been working a lot on your teamwork, and it shows, especially in the search and destroy and those hard points. The way you guys were breaking heals, the way you guys were finding those first bloods and working your way around that standoff. You can definitely see a lot of improvement in your team. So you can see one thing kind of lead to the other. And now that you've done this, I mean that control, it came out of your hands. You might have just slipped up a little bit. What do you think you guys could work on a little bit better now going into the rest of this?
For control, we do have to clean that up. Just a couple of bad plays from either me or just anybody. It just kind of leads to a snowball effect, and we'll have the VOD. We'll go back. We'll work on that in scrims, and we'll come back ready for next week or for tomorrow actually.
I'd love to hear it. I mean, always get back to the VODs, and the VODs will definitely show a lot. But I'm going to hand you now to Cruz, because Cruz has some questions to ask you, and I know he's been dying to get on right now.
Yeah, so next week, or not next week now, I guess it would be tomorrow, UTK, University of Tennessee Knoxville, they'll be your guys' next opponent as they got the bye in the round number 1. What is your next step now for you guys? Because obviously you guys were able to take the fight to Minnesota State today. But what's the next step to go up against one of those more top teams here in the divisions?
I mean, again, just same thing. That we don't know too much about them. We'll just kind of practice in our scrims and go in there like every other week that we've been doing. We've been playing Cold War for a long time, so we know what to do.
Love to hear it.
That's a big thing that I want to know too going into this. I mean, Vanguard's out already, and you still have to focus a lot of your time. Have you guys been finding that time between Vanguard and Cold War to make sure that you guys are still ready for the playoffs?
I mean, you kind of have to be. In playoffs now, if you're not playing Cold War, you're going to be rusty. So the boys are just getting on Cold War, playing league play if you can find a match. But we've been balancing our time between Vanguard and Cold War for sure.
That's good to hear. Well, I mean, before we let you go and celebrate your win tonight, for moving on now into the winners round 2 of the playoffs, is there anything you'd like to say to the stream?
Yeah, shout out all the hockey guys. I know Jalen's super fan. He wanted a shout out. Thanks for everybody getting here. Just watching us play. We love having you guys watch us.
It's fantastic. Well, congratulations, Polis Prince, and have a great night.
Thanks, you too.
Jesse, Utica College, they really come out and they surprised the both of us, giving us a little bit of a treat tonight with a 3-1 victory over the Minnesota State University of Mankato. And, looking dominant in the respawns, I highlighted prior to this when we were sitting in the green room that Minnesota State University of Mankato team, the Mavericks, they definitely could have been, in my eyes, one of the top prospects right now in the end of Cold War for a respawn team moving into the playoffs. But obviously that's not the case. We get some teams battling against that. You see they lose both hard points today, and now they're in a little bit of a sticky situation moving into the loser's bracket.
I haven't lost full faith in this team. I think that they've just had a bad series today. I think, honestly, if they can find a way to regain going into tomorrow, it will be a long losers bracket. I believe, how many rounds is it that they're going to have to play now? Because they'll drop down in losers round 1. So if they want to get back to the finals, it will be 6 rounds of losers matches before getting to the grand finals. So it'll be a long, grueling losers bracket if they want to be able to make their way all the way through with a lot of very, very tough teams to go up against. It's going to be a tough spot for them to be in. But honestly, I don't think that it's out of the question for them to be able to do it. They just need to find a way to be able to come back. And honestly, Seymour, I love your point, though, that you make as well with that whole Vanguard thing that you made. I just wanted to say that if these teams are not playing Cold War, at least the rest of this week, playing Cold War, it's going to show in gameplay this week. And it's going to be a very big struggle to a lot of these playoff teams if they're more focused. And I know there's other college tournaments and things going on this weekend as well. So if some of these teams are in those other tournaments where they're having a balance time between Vanguard and Cold War, that could really be an advantage to some of these other Cold War teams.
Definitely could. And honestly, it's something that both of us will be keeping our eyes on, because I know, I mean, you and I, we keep a steady eye on these CCL teams or these college Call of Duty teams whenever they're playing in these series, whenever they're playing their scrims even, and I like to see them keeping up with the times on Cold War. But folks, I'd like to give you a little bit more information right now, because in celebration of our dedicated viewers over this fall season, NACE is giving away in-game currency during the NACE Starleague, Overwatch, Rocket League, and Call of Duty playoffs. So that means one of you from this match's chat will be randomly chosen to win a $25 or $50 gift card for in-game currency at the end of the match. So to increase your odds and win even bigger prizes, follow at NACE Esports at NACE Sports on Twitter and post a clip from the match with hashtag NACERL, NACEOW, NACECOD, and you will find that the winning matches are chosen at random. So make sure to watch as many as you can before the weekend is over. For more information, visit NACE East or nacesports.org/NACE 2021-fall giveaway. That is going to be NACE or NACE-2021-fall giveaway. So if you look at that, you can find yourself some in-game currency, $25 or $50. Honestly, walk away with some fun little cosmetics in these games, Jesse. Now we're into the playoffs. Things are getting a little bit dicey. This is starting to be really good. We have a lot of action over the weekends, and I mean, I just need to ask you before we close out tonight, who do you want to see going up? Because there are a lot of good teams out here.
Oh, I mean, there's a lot of really good matches going on too. That's a fantastic question, Colin. I mean, St. Clair's looked really good. I'm very excited to see them go up against the top team as well. And the upper quarterfinals matchup, they'll either be going up against the UCF Knights or SEU. So that's going to be an insane matchup. Whoever that first round one matchup is going to be insane, and then the winner of that going up against St. Clair. That's a possible grand finals matchup if we see SEU go up against St. Clair in round number 2 because of SEU losing in the winners in their championship final last weekend. So I mean, there's a lot